and welcome to this, our 124th live stream, Questioning Book Learning. On this channel, we never question book learning. We sometimes doubt it, but we don't question it. So this is, of course, referring to our Monday's teaching video, which was on the meaning of 1 Corinthians chapter 8. Does it refer to book learning or does it refer to something else? Want to find out? Watch that video. So, this is our regular Friday live stream where we, more or less, take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. So, we're going to start the night here with a few non-super chats, and the way it works here is like it works every Friday, where we take both super chats and non-super chats. Super chats have priority. This is just standard across all YouTube. If you want to ask a non-super chat, that's fine with us. We're as long as the question is interesting, we're likely to take it. We ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of the question, so I know it's directed to me. We also ask that you only put the question in once. Repeated questions and even closely repeated questions will be disqualified from being... We don't want to encourage question spamming, okay? And finally, if it has to do with a Bible inconsistency, something in the Bible, or word in a foreign language, I will need a little bit of context. So if it has to do with a Bible inconsistency, point out what the inconsistency is, because that can be very subjective. In the case of something from the Bible, we ask that you give us the book, the chapter, and the verse, so we can actually look it up. And if it's a foreign word, tell me what language you think it's in and what the word means, just so we can sort of narrow things down and keep the pace running in good time. Okay? So, with that said, let's start getting into the super chats. We're going to start the night with, I think, 4 non-super chats. All right, let's see where we are here. Okay, our first non-super chat, or question of the night, is from Talitha Kum. And she asks, given how the Israelites reviled dogs, is the name Caleb actually a derogatory nickname? Yes. It is actually a derogatory nickname. But, like a lot of derogatory nicknames in the Bible, they become terms of endearment. You know, Jerubbaal is a derogatory nickname. It means let God contend with him. Or sorry, let Baal contend with him. You know, so sometimes people pick up these sort of derogatory nicknames and then sort of embrace them as monikers. So we do find this in other places in the scriptures where, say, a potentially derogatory nickname ends up being the name they go by, the one that they really sort of embrace. So it's not as unusual as you might think. It actually happens fairly frequently. So anyway, that's the quick answer to the question is yes, it was a derogatory nickname, and he probably just embraced it. So with that said, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Our next question is going to be from Darkblade. And Darkblade asks, can you help me make sense of idolatry? I could try. I can't understand why people would worship inanimate sculptures of their own creation. Okay. That's not quite what's happening with idolatry. Okay? It's a great question, by the way. It's a great question. A lot of people don't understand exactly how idolatry works. Okay? Now, they're not worshiping the sculpture. Okay? They're worshiping the presence behind the sculpture. So, the way idolatry works is you build a proxy body. And that's what you're doing when you're making an idol. You're building a proxy body for the spirit of a god or some angelic entity or demonic entity to inhabit. In the ancient Near East, this was really common, where you would build this body and then you would trap a god in this body. And then you would do everything in your power to blackmail that god to get him to do what you want him to do. So it's not just that these are statues. These are statues that are intended to trap a spiritual being or coax it to stay. Yeah, bribing, yeah. Like, for example, in say, Egyptian religion, they would make the idol, and then they would do everything they can to make that surroundings of that idol so pleasant that the god doesn't want to leave. So they feed them, clothe them, do everything a body needs. So, massage him with scented oils, just, try to make it as good for him that he doesn't want to leave and become vindictive. So, that's sort of the point of idolatry, is that you are basically entrapping or bribing a god to stay in this little body you've made so that he does what you want it to do. That's the essence of idolatry. So they're not worshipping the statue. They are worshipping the entity that they think is bound in that statue. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. It's a great question. A lot of people do not understand what idolatry means in the Bible, and that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Okay. The third non-super chat is from Darkblade again. And another great question. If Jephthah actually was going to sacrifice his daughter, wouldn't the priests have been able to prevent it by arresting him or refusing to perform their role in the offering procedure? Okay. We have to understand that Jephthah was kind of in a backwater region of Israel. There weren't any priests wandering around. Okay? There were no cops, no police. Jephthah was more or less the law. This is private ritual practice. So basically, Jephthah would be making his own altar to perform this burnt offering. So, yeah, there wouldn't have been anything to stop him, essentially. As I say, there's no police officers. There's no priests. Yeah, there might be some Levites wandering around. But they're not going to stop him either. Because again, he's got the thugs on his side. That's you're just not going to be able to stop him. So it's not like they could bring him to another magistrate. He was the judge. So that's just sort of the unfortunate matter about that incident. I mean, I think some of the Levites could have told him, hey, you know what, there's a way out of this, but whether or not he would have listened, whether or not they knew about this sort of escape clause of a hasty oath is completely unknown. The Bible doesn't say. But what it does say is that she was presented as an olah, which in the Hebrew means a burnt offering. So there would have been very little anyone could have done to prevent him from fulfilling that oath. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped, and I hope that it kind of explained what it was like then at the time. Okay. Our fourth non-super chat of the night, and the last one for our beginning portion of tonight's live stream, is from Tim Yara. And he asks, In 2 Kings 6:25, mentions that during a famine, a donkey head was sold for 80 shekels of silver. Who on earth would want to buy a donkey's head? What was its purpose? Food? Did they eat brain? Oh, this is such a great question. I love this question. This is so quirky. Actually, there's a fair amount of eating on a donkey head. Donkey's heads aren't small. Okay? We don't think about it because there's a lot of parts of mammalian heads that we don't eat today, or we don't eat often. We still do eat them. Okay, we still do eat them. Like, for example, there's a German, I think it's a German sausage called head cheese, which is actually made from parts of the heads of an animal. Okay? So what can you eat on a donkey head? And yes, in a famine, the presumption here is it is for food. Okay? So, what would you eat from a donkey head? Well, you could eat the cheeks. That's actually good meat. That's perfectly edible. Cheeks are perfectly edible. There's the tongue. Okay? People eat cow's tongues. You can't eat donkey tongue. Okay? Then there's some of the more esoteric parts. Yes, the brain is edible. The whole skull can be used as soup stock for stews. There's a lot of good nutrition just in the bone marrow of the skull itself. And if you retain the eyes in the skull as you stew it, there's a lot of collagen and protein in that as well. So, you could actually feed a family for several nights on a donkey head. So, it's not an unreasonable thing as long as you've got a large enough cauldron to actually use that donkey head. So, while it was not seen as kosher, during a famine, people wouldn't have cared. People wouldn't have cared during a famine. So, famines make for pretty inventive cuisine. And as I said, there's a lot here that can be eaten on. And even say if it's a part of the head that includes, say, the first several vertebrae, that also can be used for bone stock. And this is the sort of thing that will keep you alive. So this is a really interesting question. As I said, lots to eat on a donkey head. It's large. It contains good protein. It contains minerals, lots and lots of minerals. The bone marrow is edible. The tongue, the cheeks, the brain. There's a lot there you can eat. And the rest can be just thrown into stew and be eaten that way. So, absolutely, I can see this going for 80 shekels during a famine. It's really easy to conceive. It makes sense. Totally makes sense. Especially when you run out of like cow's heads. So anyway, I mean that's the way famines work. You go to less and less valuable protein as things get more and more desperate. So again, that's sort of the nature of famines in general. But anyway, fascinating question. I wanted to take this one because this is a question this is the first time we've ever gotten this question, and it's a it's an interesting question. Very, very interesting. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. Okay, with that said, we are now on to the super chats. Okay, our first super chat here is from N Black for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, in relation to a short you did on, he corrected it with a second super chat for $2. Genesis 9, 21 to 25. If the interpretation of uncovering his father's nakedness means having relations with Noah's wife, Then what is meant by Shem and Japheth in verse 23? All right, let's pull up the passage and read it. And this 9. Okay. And it's going to start here with Noah getting drunk. And he, Noah, drank of the wine and became drunk, and uncovered himself inside his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father. Okay, that, again, is that euphemism for his father's wife. And told his brothers outside that he had his way with them. But Shem and Japheth, this is verse 23, took a garment and laid it on both their shoulders and walked backwards and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were turned away so that they did not see their father's nakedness. So when Noah awoke from his wine, he knew what his youngest son had done to him. So he said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants he is to be to his brothers." All right. Now, if the uncover the father's nakedness is a euphemism for having coitus with your father's wife, what is Shem and Japheth doing here? Okay. Now, one of the things you have to understand is in Semitic cultures, as well as our modern cultures, one man seeing another man being naked is not a shameful act. You know, anyone who's been to a men's locker room will know this. Okay? You know, we have to understand that this is a culture where people do undress in public in front of other people of the same gender. That's just part of the culture. And there's nothing wrong seen with it in the culture, and there's no shame in it. But if Noah's wife has gotten drunk, like Noah, and is passed out on the floor, like Noah, in order for Shem and Japheth not to see his wife sprawled out on the floor, what they're going to do is they're going to put a cloth over each of the shoulders, walk backwards, and then just drape it over her. So that's what's going on here, is they're covering up. So they're going to cover up his wife. Okay. Now, for those who are not familiar with the Liturgical law, whenever it talks about having marital relations with a relative, it's usually expressed as that euphemism of exposing such and such's nakedness. So this is a common euphemism in Torah. Very common. In fact, when you start looking at the incest laws, it almost always uses this euphemism. It's so common. So common. So that's what's going on here, is that Shem and Japheth are trying to cover up the shame of what happened. So anyway, that's what's going on here. Thank you very much for that super chat. I hope that helped, and we appreciate your support of the channel. Okay. The next super chat here is going to be from Jonathan. What do you think of the claim that Genesis 1:11 is written during the exile? And if it was, when do scholars think the rest of it was written? Okay. Thank you for that super chat. I take the position here that Genesis 1-11 was written during the wandering in the wilderness. Now, I know why scholars, a lot of them think it was written during the exile, is because you do find a lot of parallels between, say, Genesis 1 to 11 and Mesopotamian literature. Okay? But we also have to understand that that Mesopotamian literature was everywhere. It wasn't just restricted to Mesopotamia. Copies of it had made it to the Levant. It would have been part of Abrahamic storytelling. We also find elements of, say, Egyptian mythology in Genesis 1 to 11. Now, that would not have been available to them in say, Mesopotamia. So, it's one of those things where you have to kind of negotiate where do you find, say, the possibility for being elements of both Egyptian and Mesopotamian culture. And I still think the Levant is the best alternative to this. So you do get a lot of scholars who are going to say that Genesis was written during the exile. A lot of them will say that. Even some that are fairly conservative will even say that. I don't think it matters really when it was written all that much, but my leaning on this is that it's relatively early. Like, for example, we do find a lot of, say, Egyptian vocabulary at the end portions of Genesis. So that could have been written during the Babylonian exile. So I think when we take the whole sort of corpus of Genesis into account, I think that, again, the better explanation here is that the core documents of Genesis were written during, say, the wandering in the wilderness, and then sort of collated afterwards. Essentially a kind of more conservative supplementary hypothesis. So, look, I think the core documents of Genesis 1 to 5 were written fairly early, and I think they were written as anti-myth. Essentially, to give the children of Israel a cohesive new way to look at themselves as a nation. So, because you got to understand the context of the Exodus. The sons of Jacob are coming out of Egypt. And not just them, a mixed multitude. There's Nubians, there's Cushites, there's Magi, there's Amorites, there's Libyans, there's Egyptians. I mean, it's this huge melting pot, and they're going to pick up Midianites as well. So you got all these different groups, each with their own individual creation myth, their own individual view of God. You're going to have to sort of steer all that. And in the case of say, the Egyptians, they had many creation myths and many creation gods and many views of God in general. So you got to take all those multitude of myth and sort of turn it to focus on a central unifying, basically, anti-myth. This is not saying that the Genesis account is myth, but it's anti-ism instead of myth. Okay? So it's a way of galvanizing the new nation and sort of setting its sights on a new narrative. So that's what I think is going on here in Genesis 1 to 11. That would be something that would be incredibly useful coming out of Egypt. Not so useful coming out of Babylon. Why would you really need an anti-myth for Babylon? If they've already got their central, narrative already, that they came out of Egypt. That existed prior to Babylon. It lacks literary utility. Lacks literary utility. So I think in this case, you have to sort of see which context even makes more sense here. Again, none of this makes any of this necessarily true. But one context is going to be a better explanation for why Genesis exists the way it does than the other. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Angel WVM for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. I hope all is well. Well, you know what? I'm getting over that head cold that's been going around. I caught it just I started suffering through it during the last live stream, and I'm just sort of getting back on my feet. So praise God, praise God. It's these live streams don't happen every day. I still got a bit of the snuffles here, so it's just like we're soldiering through. And he continues to ask, does the holy anointing or the anointing oil recipe referenced in the Hebrew text Exodus 30:23 contain cannabis? Okay, let's talk about this text. Bring up our Bibles here again. Go to Exodus 30. And verse 23. All right. And I'm reading, of course, from the New American Standard. And verse 23 says, take also for yourself the finest of spices, a flowing myrrh, 500 shekels, and a fragrant cinnamon, half as much, 250, and a fragrant cane, 250, and of cassia, 500, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive oil, a hin. All right. Now, most of these spices we know. We are certain of the identity of the myrrh, the cinnamon, and the cassia, and the olive oil too, I should add. We know what the olive oil is. The question is going to come in that term fragrant hen. Now, does it contain cannabis? As much as it would, all the potheads would love me to say it, no, probably not. This suggestion was first proposed in the 1960s with sort of cannabis culture, and some of that had to do with the fact that, yeah, there's a kind of cannabis that was endemic to the area, the ancient Near East. But that doesn't seem to be what's used here. Now, the Hebrew word here is kanach. And it's described as having a flower on a reed, on a stalky reed. And if you use your imagination hard enough, you could say cannabis. However, we got a text that sort of narrows this down, which is the Targum Onkelos. And the Targum Onkelos is an Aramaic text that's a Targum, which is basically takes this text and sort of expands upon it by adding extra words. So in the reading of the Targum Onkelos, we don't get kana, we get kana bosem. Now, kana bosem is a known plant. Okay, it's a known plant. It's a plant that's called sweet flag. Acorus calamus. Sometimes also called sweet calamus. It's essentially a reed like you'd find on, say, a marsh or a ditch. And it forms this sort of yellow, almost a lily-type flower. And that's been used a lot in, say, folk medicine. And it does have psychoactive properties when burned. Okay. So we also find references to this plant being used even in ancient Egypt. So this is a plant that's known in the area. It would have been probably grown, say, near the swamp that used to divide Israel in half. So that would have been its place where they would have found this. So that's probably the most likely identification for kana, which is it's that Acorus calamus, or sweet flag. So anyway, sorry to disappoint all the potheads, but Yeah, it's not cannabis, not cannabis, but calamus, right? So anyway, close enough, right? Same thing. Cannibals, cannabis, same thing. But in modern Hebrew today, uh, if you go to Israel, and you say kana, they won't associate it with, say, the plant of the past. They do tend to associate with cannabis today. Okay? So, anyway, not cannabis, but sweet flag is what it is. Thank you very much for the super chat. Interesting question, and I hope that helped. Hey. Call me a do 007 for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. How do we know that the errors in Jephthah's letter to the king of Ammon in Judges 11 is from him and not the author? Okay. We know this because of the reaction of the king of Ammon. Okay? The king of Ammon is just essentially ignores the letter. He doesn't even bother replying to it. So even if it had been, if the errors had seemed rational in any way, there would have been some sort of response. Let's bring up the passage here. Judges 11. Judges 11. And it is a comedy of errors. It is a comedy of errors. I won't go into these because we are going to be doing a full video on these. So just on this passage. So I'm not going to go into too much detail here. But getting down to his reaction. I hear quickly. Okay, so we'll take the last couple verses of the letter. We'll start at verse 26 here, which has it has a really bad error in it right there. So verse 26. While Israel lived in Heshbon and its villages, and in the Arar and its villages, and all the cities that are on the banks of the Arnon, 300 years, why did you not recover them within that time? Essentially, why did you not try? Why did you not try to get them back? Chapter 10, where they had been trying to get him back for basically had the Israelites under their oppression for 18 years. Yeah, I would say that 18 years of effort of trying to get the land back counts as trying to get the land back. Just saying. So verse 27. I therefore have not sinned against you, but you are doing me wrong by making war against me. May the Lord the judge today between the sons of Israel and the sons of Ammon. Okay, and here we get verse 28, the reaction of the king of Ammon. But the king of the sons of Ammon disregarded the message which Jephthah sent him. Okay, so basically said, nah, never. It's like, It's like, I mean, it's the text here is more or less an outright, yeah, whatever. It's like, this is the sort of reaction you would expect when there's a complete sort of disconnect in some manner. This is what sometimes people call and salesmen do this. Salesmen call this, it's a non sequitur. I mean, let's say you're a salesman, okay? And you're selling, say, vacuum cleaners. You're selling vacuum cleaners. And you go and knock on this guy's door. You're going door to door selling vacuum cleaners. And he opens the door and you go, hey, I represent the Hoover Vacuum Company. I got this great new model that I think would be perfect for your home. And then the homeowner responds, Neville Chamberlain was the best prime minister ever. As a salesperson, you know that the guy's not operating with all oars in the water. So you know you're not going to get that sail. You're going to extricate yourself from that situation as quick as possible, because what he just said is not connected to reality. Okay? I imagine that this would have been very, very similar reaction to what the king of Ammon had when he received this letter from Jephthah. It's so disconnected from, say, the history and the culture of the area. It's like, there's no sense in talking here. This is just crazy. Dark and black. That's my new favorite way to deal with telemarketers. Oh yeah, well, I mean, you want to avoid a fight? Act crazy. I mean, look, I mean, they even say this, if you go into some rough areas, everyone is looking to have a fight with the toughest guy around. No one wants a fight with a crazy man. It's just, there's no winning that. So I won't pass that on. Okay. So anyway, that's what's going on. Is basically the king of Ammon thinks he's dealing with somebody who's not quite all there. So there's just, I mean, if you got that letter and it was completely disconnected with, say, whatever you're talking about, yeah, you're not even going to respond. There's just no point. And that's what happens here. Yeah, BC, King David, King David pulled the crazy act once to get out of the court of the king of the Philistines. Yeah, he did the same thing. He acted like a madman. Because no one wants to fight crazy. They don't want to do it. There's no gain in it. You're going to get hurt, and it proves nothing. So it is a tactic that's been done before. Now, I don't think here that Jephthah was trying to act crazy. It just kind of came off that way. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay. Next one here comes from KwameAdu007 for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How do you know that the flaming sword at the end of Genesis 3 is actually seraphim? Okay. Few reasons. When sacred space is organized in the ancient Near East, it doesn't matter if it's in the Levant or in Egypt. Whenever you have a cherubim, it's also going to be paired with a seraphim. This is their natural pairs. You see this in Egypt, where you have angelic, like, say, cherubim-like figures, like the winged goddesses, or the neckbed vulture. It's always paired with a fire serpent, like the Uraeus or the Wadjet. Okay? These are natural pairs. You have to have two of these different angelic beings to complete a area of holiness. In the case of the cherubim, they keep what's inside holy. The seraphim drive out impurity. You need them both. One to keep the inside pure, one to drive out impurity. So for there to be cherubim stationed, there also needs to be, because remember, the cherubim are looking in. You look at, say, the cherubim on the Ark of the Covenant. They're facing inside the holy space. You need the seraphim as well to drive out the impurity. So there has to be some other fire element there just to make sure that holiness is maintained to prevent defilement. And essentially, the flaming sword is just a euphemism for that that flame, as it were. You see also this in descriptions of, say, a seraphim. Like, for example, in the Pyramid Text 256, where it talks about the flames coming out from the seraphim, driving out all impurity. Okay? So you do have that. And the thing is, though, one of the reasons why they use the term flaming sword in Genesis 3 is that the fact is that seraphim are also identified with snakes. And the writer wanted to prevent confusion, because that can happen if you're not careful how you write these things, between the Nakash, the fallen serpent, and the seraphim, which are the holy serpents that are used to protect sacred space. So this is how we know that the flaming sword at the end of Genesis 3 is actually a seraphim, because it's the natural pairing. You sort of, if you had somebody extend a right hand, you would expect he has a left too. Okay? Unless something bad happened to him. Same way, it's a natural pairing. If you present it with salt, you can usually expect to get pepper too. It's a natural pairing. In the same way, cherubim and seraphim are natural pairings. They both work in the function of protecting sacred space. They just use it in different ways. The cherubim protect the space inside. The seraphim shoot out flame to keep things out. So, invariably, the flaming sword at the end of Genesis 3 would have to be seraphim. It'd have to be. So, anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Kwame Adu 007 for $5 again. Thank you very much for the super chat. You and Heiser see the serpent as seraphim cherubim. John Walton sees him as a chaos deity. Can he be both? Well, Ezekiel chapter 20 identifies the serpent as a cherubim. Okay? Now, he's a cherubim that's doing some strange stuff. He's that's a long passage, so yeah. But yeah, that might be a good idea to bring up Ezekiel. Find this. I believe Heiser identifies the Nakash serpent as a seraphim. I identify him as a cherubim. Let's see here. Right here. Okay. Sorry, Ezekiel 28. Okay. Ezekiel 28, and it starts off talking about the king of Tyre, but then it quickly changes. Okay, so, verse 2 of Ezekiel 28, Son of man, say to the leader of Tyre, thus says the Lord God, because your heart was lifted up, and you have said, I am God, I sit in the seat of gods. In the heart of the sea, you are a man, not God, although your heart be like the heart of God. You make your heart like the heart of God. Behold, you are wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that is a match for you. Okay. This could be still talking about the king of Tyre. By wisdom and understanding, you have acquired riches for yourself and have acquired gold and silver beyond for your treasures. By your great wisdom, you trade, you have increased your riches, and your heart is lifted up because of your riches. Verse 6, thus says the Lord God, because you have made your heart like the heart of God, therefore, behold, I will bring strangers upon you, the most ruthless of nations, and they will draw their swords against your beauty, the beauty of your wisdom, and defile your splendor. Okay, still. All this gets pretty much like the... And then it goes on in verse 11. It changes gears slightly. The passage changes gears slightly. It's still, in a sense, talking about Tyre, but it's going to compare the king of Tyre to what happened in Eden. Verse 11, again the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation over the king of Tyre, and say to him, thus says the Lord God, you have had the seal of perfection, full of wisdom, and perfect in beauty. Okay, this is getting a little odd for just the king of Tyre. Verse 13, you were in Eden, the garden of God. Okay, the king of Tyre was never in Eden, but somebody else was. Every precious stone was your covering. The ruby, the topaz, and the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, and the jasper, the lapis lazuli, the turquoise, and the emerald. And the gold, the workmanship of your settings and sockets was in you. On the day that you were created, they were prepared. Now, this is an interesting image. Really interesting image. Because in Egyptian mythology, the flesh and bones of the gods were made of gold, iron, and precious stones. So this is a very, very interesting allusion to ancient Near Eastern mythology. Very interesting. So you see this description used repeatedly of the gods of Egypt. Then verse 14, you were the anointed cherubim who covers. There's that covering cherubim. Okay? The cherubim that covers the sacred space around the throne of God himself. Okay? And I placed you there. So we got a definite identification at this point here that this person who was in the garden, who had basically the body that's akin to an Egyptian god, he was in the cherubim. He was a cherub. You were on the holy mountain of God. You walked in the midst of the stones of fire. Okay, now, good cherubim aren't supposed to do that. That's something that's reserved for seraphim. Okay? Verse 15. So things are already starting to go off the rails. You were blameless in your ways from the day you were created until unrighteousness was found in you. By the abundance of your trade, you were internally filled with violence, and you sinned. Therefore, I have cast you as profane from the mountain of God. This is an amphibole, a passage here that's used to describe two things at the same time. Prince of Tyre and that fallen serpent. Therefore, I have cast you as profane from the mountain of God, and I have destroyed you, O covering cherub. From the midst of the stones of fire, your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom by reason of your splendor. I cast you to the ground. I put you before the kings that they may see you. Okay? So, this is not a chaos deity. This is not a chaos deity. There are chaos monsters. Okay, there are definitely chaos monsters in the Old Testament. Leviathan, Behemoth, Rahab, they're definitely chaos monsters. But cherubim are not monsters. They're not monsters. They are meant to serve a specific function in the throne room of God, in sacred space. And the serpent deviates from that function. because he deviates from that function, he becomes an unclean spirit and is fallen. So overall, I would agree more with Heiser here than Walton. That we're dealing definitely with a cherubim as far as the Nakash. The Nakash of Genesis is a essentially a fallen cherubim. Okay. That's actually a really interesting follow-up. Well, we'll take that. Let me just mark my timestamp here. We'll take this follow-up right now because it's actually a really great question. From BC, thank you for the super chat of $5 Australian. So, and he asks, so was Satan cherubim and the angel with the sword, the seraphim, parts of a pair? Satan fell, but the seraphim held his place and he was always there. That's actually a really great observation. That is a good observation. Now, we're not sure if the natural pair, it's likely that the seraphim held his place. Okay, the seraphim that would have been paired along with, say, Satan, that he didn't fall with him. At least we have no evidence that he did. Okay, but it's very likely that one fell, the other one didn't. Okay, so again, this is part of the violation. This is the part of the transgression. Satan abandons his place, and he leaves a hole. He leaves a hole in not just, say, the protection of the throne of God himself, or the protection of the sacred space, but also to the natural pairing. So he creates injury. He tries to create injury to God and the heavens and to his fellow angels by falling the way he did. So it's a good observation. It's a very good observation. So it's possible, but the text doesn't tell us for sure what happened to the seraphim in this particular instance, other than seraphim were posted as to protect Eden in Genesis 3. That's about all we're told from the text. So it's a great question, and I wish we had more information to be sure on this. But again, we don't have enough information. But it is a good observation, definitely. Okay, so thank you very much for that super chat. We will resume with the 7. Okay. Our next super chat here is from Jesse Stone for a 499. Thank you very much for the super chat. Can you explain the differences between the Liverpool PhD in Egyptology and other Egyptology PhDs? Would love to know what languages you studied. Ooh, nice question. So thank you for that super chat. Basically, the PhD at Liverpool in Egyptology is more of kind of a... Most Egyptology programs are very small. Okay? Most programs in Egyptology will have 2, maybe 3 professors who teach Egyptology. The program at Liverpool is the largest Egyptology program outside of Egypt itself. Now, Egyptology programs in Egypt are run very, very differently than they are in the rest of the world. So, at Liverpool, you get a large diversity of instructors because you have so many people who teach there. I believe the faculty is 7, right now is 7 or 8 Egyptologists, which is considered to be a massive program in Egyptology. Outside of Egypt, that's really, really a big program. So you get a lot of diversity in teaching. You get a lot of interesting points of view. They've got a constant academic life that you can participate in. You can really focus on Egyptology at Liverpool in a way that you can't in a lot of other programs. Like, for example, the Egyptology program at the University of Toronto basically had only 3 instructors. Okay. And, it's not a big program. So courses weren't taught every year. That you could have years where there wasn't an acceptable course in Egyptology offered for your particular program. So, that's one of the disadvantages of a lot of Egyptology programs, is because they don't have enough staff, or because the professors have to do foundation courses. You don't get a lot of the higher level courses that you need to really become a fully fleshed out Egyptologist. So, by doing my PhD at Liverpool, it was sort of a dream come true. I mean, it is the best program. It is the top Egyptology program in the world. And a lot of really great Egyptologists have worked there, studied there, got their PhDs there. Ken Kitchen used to work there. Alan Millard used to work there. Today you have really, really great Egyptologists still working there, like Collier works there. That he was my advisor. Stephen Snape works there. Violen Chauvet works there. What's his name now? Enmarsh. Enmarsh works there. Roland Enmarsh, great Egyptologist. So you got a lot of really, really good Egyptologists that work there. So the level of instruction is exceptionally high there. And plus, they got a huge archaeology department that backs up the Egyptology department. So you can take, I took some courses that were not directly Egyptological, but just sort of really added to my experience there. I took a course there on pyrotechnology, the technology of fire. The osteology course, where I actually got to reassemble human skeletons. Great, and they have a great bone lab there. Absolutely fabulous bone lab. Yeah, it was really cool, really cool. So there's a lot that you can supplement your learning there. So anyway, there's a whole lot, and as my producer points out, there's a lot of extracurricular stuff you can do there that will supplement your learning too. Like I took a beekeeping course there. It was fabulous, absolutely fabulous. So, hmm, yeah. So there's a lot. There's a lot. I mean, it offers a lot. It's a great university and it offers a lot. Toronto less so. I wouldn't recommend that university, to be honest. So anyway, that's sort of the difference between a PhD done at Liverpool versus other schools that offer Egyptology programs. Is you're just going to get a more robust, more full program with top tier instructors. It's a really great program, and I highly recommend it. Okay, now your second question: what languages have I studied? Now, I did most of my languages at the master's degree level. Okay, so that's where I did most of my study of my languages. Okay, I have done Hebrew, Greek, let's see, Egyptian, of course, Akkadian, German, French. Did smatterings of Ugaritic and Hittite. Of course, doing Egyptian, that's not just one language. That's actually a couple languages. It's actually four different languages, dialects. You know, you've got the Old Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, and then you got Coptic. There's also Demotic, but almost no Egyptologist actually does Demotic anymore. A few do, but I didn't do that one because, frankly, it had very little return for me to study that. But that's sort of the main languages I took when I was there. And then I did some languages for hobbies as well. Like I self-learned Japanese to do hobbies. So anyway, that's sort of the languages I've learned. I did, as I say, most of that at the master's level. I did my Coptic at the PhD level. So that's where I picked up most of my languages. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Kwame Adu 007 for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What is the cultural reason for Moses' command in Numbers 31:17-18? Is this hyperbole? Does the fact that God doesn't command this mean anything? All right, let's look up that passage. Not quite sure what the question is asking, but we'll see from the passage. Maybe the passage will make it clear. Numbers 31. 17-18. Okay, interesting. Pull this up. Okay, this is what happens against the Midianites, who basically betrayed the Israelites, the Moabites and the Midianites. Behold, these caused the sons of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor. So the plague was among the congregation of the Lord. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known man intimately. But all the girls who have not known man intimately, spare for yourselves. Okay. So essentially, this commandment is specific in this case. Now we kind of have to understand that there was huge consequences here to what happened. This is where Israel has its big showdown with basically the Midianites that betrayed them and the Moabites, who caused Israel to fall into sin, and basically bad stuff happened. Okay. So it's not in this particular case. This is not hyperbole. This is vendetta. Okay. This is vendetta. This is clan warfare. And what happens is, in this particular case, the Midianites were allies of Moses. They were Midianites. They were allies through marriage. Okay. This could have also been something that the fallout of what happened when Moses takes another wife as well. That second wife in Numbers chapter 12. That could have been very much behind what eventually happened here in Numbers 31. So you kind of got to keep that in mind. These alliances are fragile. And marrying into a different clan can change the dynamic, the political dynamic. So Moses had an alliance with the Midianites through his first wife. Yeah, it takes on a second wife. That alliance seems to have broken. And so then the Midianites conspire with the Moabites to bring down Israel. So the result of this is going to end up in sort of clan retribution, essentially vendetta. Vendetta. So, and once you have vendetta here, things get real messy. This is just clan warfare. You wipe out everyone who could come back and kill you another day. This is very true. This is why you kill the little boys. Okay? Because the little boys, if the little boys survive, they grow up to be a problem in the future. And we see this a lot in clan societies. So this is not even unique to Israelite society. We see this happening in Japanese societies, where, say, some warlord spares some little kid. He grows up and he avenges his parents and his clan. And it's very, very brutal. Yeah. Being spared does not result in gratitude. It results in retribution. Yeah. But that was a different situation, too, in the case of King David sparing Saul's son. Because there was a friendship there. And, that was a fallen dynasty at that point. Princess Bride, yeah, that's an example of it, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, 501 Mobius brings up the story of the Princess Bride. Yeah. There's that image of the son growing up to avenge his parents. So, but yeah, that's very common. Very common in clan societies. And the way clan societies deal with this is to wipe out everyone who could be a potential threat in the future. Adults, women who have already, thrown in their lot with their partners, and little boys. So it's not hyperbole in this particular case. It's clan warfare. Clan warfare and the vendetta that results from clan warfare. So anyway, I hope that helps. But this is just a normal practice of clan-based societies. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Kwamiadu007 for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is the man Joseph meets in Genesis 37:15 an angel? Well, let's take a look. Genesis 7:15. All right, let's take a little context here. Let's start at 14. Then he said to him, "Go now and see about the welfare of your brothers." This is Jacob talking to him. "And of the flock, and bring back word to me." So he sent him from the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field, and the man asked him, "What are you looking for?" And he said, "I am looking for my brothers. Please tell me where they are pasturing the flock." Then the man said, "They have moved from here, for I heard them say, 'Let us go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found him at Dothan. Okay. That's about all the text we need here. There's no reason here to believe that this was an angel. It's perfectly reasonable to think this is an ordinary human being. Okay? So, just somebody working in the fields. These were not completely depopulated areas. There were people out in the fields pasturing their flocks. Sojourners, hunters. So, it wouldn't be unreasonable for Joseph to encounter basically another sojourner out wandering around Shechem. I mean, Shechem was a populated area. It had a town, and quite a substantial town. So there would have been people on the outskirts of Shechem that would have at least seen his brothers and maybe talked to them, overheard their conversation, and before moving on. So I think it's important here not to overread the text. I think if we start overreading the text on supposition, we get into trouble. So I would not say this is an angel. There's no evidence to say this is an angel. Because there's no evidence, I don't want to go there. So I think it's really important to base are biblical exegesis on what's in the text, not what could be. So, if I had my Mr. Empty Conjecture mug, I'd be holding up the saying right now, saying discerning truth from what could be. Okay, so I think that's a very important principle of exegesis: is we take our meaning from what is in the text, not what we read into the text. Yeah, I know some of you guys like the speculation, but I don't care for it. I think you get into trouble when you really speculate. So, I mean, if there's a precedent for this, I mean, if there is something here that in the text that sort of could hint that it was a angel, I could go if there's some warrant. Any speculation or exegesis needs to have warrant. Okay? So if it's good exegesis, there's strong warrant. If we're going to speculate, there should at least be weak warrant. If we have no warrant, then we should do neither. And I think this is one of the cases where we don't have strong or weak warrant. We don't have any warrant at all. So I'm going to side on the fact that this is just a person, just a human being. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. All right, we got another one here from Jesse Stone for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. J. Richard Middleton looks at Mesopotamian and Egyptian material in his book on the image of God. Are there specific texts that speak to this? Yes, there are. There's actually several. Actually, too many to mention, really. There's a Papyrus Harris talks about Ramses III setting up the images of the gods in their temples, making sure that the stones of their kiosks are firmly set. Okay, and he's talking about the way they built basically the shrines for the gods. But the idea of an image of a god being firmly set in their kiosks is something that is talked about frequently, as well as the images. Now, in Hebrew, you had two words specifically for the images of, say, gods. You had the word Salem. You also have the word Demot. Both mean a cultic image. In the Egyptian texts, the word for image is Tut, as in Tutankhamun. Okay? Basically the name Tutankhamun means the living image of Amun. His original name was Tutankhaten, the living image of Aten. So we do find this used a lot in Egyptian texts. So there's a lot of material to go through. If somebody ever did that enterprise of sifting through all the Egyptian material looking for images of the gods, there's a lot there, an awful lot there. And an awful lot in many different ways. You got, for example, there's the Memphis stela of Amenhotep II, where he claims to have destroyed all the images of the gods. Well, there's actually a perfectly good reason why a king does this. It's to make a new, bigger, better temple. And this is what, say, Amenhotep III did. Was he destroyed all the images at Luxor Temple to make a big, massive, more beautiful, more awesome temple. So, So yeah, it's something that occurs really, really frequently in Egyptian literature. Again, I haven't read Middleton's work, but there's a lot of references to it in Egyptian culture. A lot. So I can't say anything more specific than that unless I read what he says. But anyway, that should give you some idea that this is actually something that's replete in Egyptian literature. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Oh boy. I take that as a question later on. Okay, we're gonna take this next super chat here from PC618 for $4.99. Yo, I've heard atheists say Genesis compares women to animals and less perfect than me. Is that true? No. Atheists will make all sorts of crazy claims about the Bible. Okay? I mean, I'm not sure who makes crazier claims, atheists or Ron Wyatt supporters, but you know, there's no lack of crazy when it comes to what people say about you know about the Bible, and Genesis is no exclusion to this. So, hmm? Yeah, yes, that could make a good coffee mug. Yeah, there's no lack of crazy when it comes to people talking about the Bible. It's just if you want me to discuss a particular text, that's one thing, but you know, I don't see this honestly. I mean, this might be some of the fantasies of Stavrokopoulou, but you know, that woman's exegesis is completely out to lunch. But no, it's not true. It's not true in the slightest. So unless you want me to comment on specifics, that's probably the best answer I can give you to a general question like this. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. PC618 for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Did David kill Goliath or someone else kill him? David killed the original Goliath, okay? Now, there's another reference to Elhanan where it talks about him killing another giant towards the end of David's life. I think it is. I think it's in 2 Samuel. Check this. Yeah, Elhanan. 2 Samuel. Now, we have to understand that there's some textual issues with, say, 2 Samuel 21:19, where it talks about Elhanan. And I'll read verse 18. Now it came about that there was war again with the Philistines at Gob. Then Sibbecai, the Hushathite, struck down Sath, who was among the descendants of the giant. Who's the giant? These are the children of Goliath of 1 Samuel. Okay? The one that David kills. Verse 19. And there was war with the Philistines at Gob. And Elhanan, son of Jerry-Oregem, the Bethlehemite, killed Goliath the Gittite. Okay? Now, there's a textual variance with this. Okay? One of those textual variants is that it claims to have been the son or the brother of Goliath the Gittite. Okay? So, we're not even sure about the exact reading of this passage. So there's some suggestion in other text variants that this was not Goliath. Okay? But even if it was, let's say it was another guy named Goliath. We know that this is at the end of David's life, where he gets into trouble and has to be saved. So even if this was another giant named Goliath, it can't be the same Goliath at the beginning. Now we have to. This is something that English speakers really struggle with, which is multiple people in history with the same name. Okay, we really for some reason struggle with this idea. I mean, it's crazy, but Americans just, it's part of our, unfortunately, our fictional heritage of there's a rule. In fiction, there's a rule. When you write a novel, you don't give the same name to two different people. That's a rule of English literature. Okay? This is not a rule of Russian literature. This is not a rule of Hebrew literature. This is not a rule of history. In history, many people can have the same name. We have two people in the Bible named Jeroboam. We have multiple people named Korah. We have multiple people in the Bible named Ephraim. We have multiple people in the Bible that go by, Judah. History is messy. We see this in lines of kings. How many King Johns are there? How many King Georges are there? We're on to Charles III now. Henry VIII? Ramses XI? This is Cleopatra was the 7th. Yeah. There was two Jehoiakims. This is just what happens in history, is people keep reusing the same names. How many Josephs were there? Yeah, Louis XV, as Danny Dement just points out. But for some reason, English speakers get really, really confused when they see the same name recur in the Bible. They get really confused by this. Tiglath III, yeah. Tiglath-Pileser III. Yeah, he was the third Tiglath-Pileser. Shalmaneser V. Yeah, that's a good example, too. Darkblade brings up War of the Three Henrys in the late 17th century. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is just something that's... History does not follow the conventions of English literature. Okay? So, when you see Goliath show up more than once, and they're different historical contexts, as we have here, we've got a historical context in 1 Samuel. We have a different historical context in 2 Samuel. It's always the safe bet to assume it's a different person with the same name. Just like we find all throughout the Old Testament and in historical literature in general. So, that's what's going on here. And again, there's a textual variant in this 2 Samuel passage as well, so we have to also keep that in mind as well. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. It's just something English speakers struggle with. They just can't seem to wrap their head around it because of that. Yeah. So because of the convention found in English literature. Okay. We'll take the next one now. PC 618 for 199. How high was the Red Sea tide split? Okay. The Red Sea, you're talking, of course, about the Yam Suf here of the Exodus. And I think you're asking how deep was it? We know that the Red Sea was in the Pelusiac estuary. Okay, we know that from the descriptions in Egyptian literature as well as, say, the Exodus itinerary. So we have it well placed. Now, the lakes in that region, and these were massive lakes. I mean, and there were hundreds of lakes in that estuary. But the lakes tend to average between 20 to 40 feet. So, it's more than enough to drown you. Okay? More than enough to finish you off. But not so deep that it required a massive wind to do it. Studies of wind set downs, which is basically the phenomena that God used to split the sea, have shown that it only requires a wind of about 50 miles an hour to basically split a lake of between 20 to 40 feet. So that's a very reasonable wind for that type of lake. So that's what we're talking about here with the lakes around the Pelusiac, about 20 to 40 feet. Definitely more than enough to kill a horseman and rider. Okay. Yeah. How deep do you need a lake to drown you? Only about 1 inch above your head. Especially if you're weighed down with equipment. Yeah, so 1 inch above your head is all you need to drown. That's all it takes. Yeah, the lake doesn't need to be high at all to finish off an army. Especially ones that can't swim. So, and Egyptians couldn't swim. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Next super chat here is from BC for $20 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. This week's BC topic: the man healed at Bethesda. What do you think changed in his social and spiritual life after being healed? Would society have welcomed him back? Do you have any clue as to what his sin was? John 5:14. Well, let's take a look at that passage. I think this might enter a bit too much into speculation, but take a look at it anyway. 5:14. Oh, you got a follow-up super chat too? All right, we'll take that as all well. So yeah, there's a follow-up super chat here. Actually, 2 follow-up super chats. He also adds, he is often referred to as a paraplegic, but in John 5:7 seems to indicate he had some mobility. Is there any clue to the original text? Do we know if Bethesda had a use prior to being a pool of healing, ritual cleansing, or livestock, perhaps? It was more used for ritual cleansing. That was basically its purpose. So that much we know. It was basically used originally as a mikveh, a place where people ritually cleanse before going up into the Temple Mount. But let's read the passage. Always good to read the passage. Okay. We'll start at the beginning here. Verse 1. After these things, there was a feast of the Jews, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. Now there is in Jerusalem by the sheep gate a pool, which is called in Hebrew Bethesda, having 5 porticos. In these lay a multitude of those who were sick, blind, lame, and withered, waiting for the moving of the waters. That's a gloss. For an angel of the Lord went down at certain seasons into the pool and stirred up the water. Whoever then first, after stirring up of the water, stepped in, and was made well from whatever disease with which he was afflicted. And a certain man was there who had been 38 years in his sickness. When Jesus saw him lying there and knew that he had already been there a long time in that condition, he said to him, "Do you wish to get well?" The sick man answered him, "Sir, I have no man to put me into the pool when the water is stirred up, but when I am coming, another steps down before me." Jesus said to him, "Arise, take up your pallet and walk." And immediately the man became well, and took up his pallet and began to walk. Now it was the Sabbath on that day. Therefore the Jews were saying to him who was cured, "It is the Sabbath. It is not permissible for you to carry your pallet." But he answered them, "He who made me well was the one who said to me, 'Take up your pallet and walk.'" They asked him, Who is the man who said it to you? 'Take up your pallet and walk.'" But he who was healed did not know who it was, for Jesus had slipped away while there was a crowd in that place. Afterward, Jesus found him in the temple and said to him, "Behold, you have become well. Do not sin anymore, so that nothing worse may befall you." The man went away and told the Jews it was Jesus who made him well. And for this reason, the Jews were persecuting Jesus, because he was doing these things on the Sabbath. Okay. Now, it is clear he had some mobility, as you pointed out here. In verse 7, "Sir, I have no man to put me into the pool when the water is stirred up, but while I am coming, another steps down before me." Now, he might have been a paraplegic, as in had limited mobility from, say, the waist down. Yeah, so he was crawling. He was crawling to the pool. Okay? But there's more going on in this passage. A lot more going on in this passage. So that answers your second question. Your third question here, where it's for healing, it was used as a ritual bathing pool at one point. Especially after handling livestock. Okay, because livestock can make you ritually impure. This is a place where people would go and they would clean themselves ritually. So then after handling livestock, they can go back and, say, join society. Okay? So what would happen is, if you were, say, a shepherd, and you go out in the field, and a wolf comes by and kills one of your lambs, okay? You drive off the wolf. But you've also touched the lamb. Now you're ritually unclean. You've touched a corpse. There was a need for you to come back and become ritually pure again, so you could go up to the Temple Mount or join your family or the assembly. So this was a pool that had been, it was a natural spring. Okay, it was a natural pool that had been used as a mikveh, a place to ritually purify yourself so you could return to the assembly if you had been, say, a shepherd or herder of some type, or even gone out and just encountered a dead body, which happens from time to time. Okay? So that was the purpose of the pool, was to ritually purify yourself. So now, to get back to your first set of questions here. What do I think changed in his social and spiritual life after being healed? Absolutely nothing. This guy appears to have been a scumbag before being healed, and he continues to be a scumbag after. Okay? So, what does he do? I mean, Jesus warns him, don't sin. Don't sin. Otherwise, something worse will happen to you. You know, I've healed you of this bodily ailment, but you still got a spiritual ailment going on here. So what happens? He does, he heals the guy, okay, and the Jews ask him, "Hey, okay, who told you could carry your pallet? The guy that healed me told me to carry the pallet. Well, who's that? I don't know." Goes to Jesus and says, Jesus warns him, "Hey, don't sin. Just, turn away from your sinful ways. Otherwise, something worse is going to happen." What does he do right after? He goes to the Jews and tells them it was Jesus. Nice guy. Real precious. This is just... Yeah, okay, this guy is not repentant in any way. Any way, shape, or form. This is a guy who got healed in body, but was ready to just stab the guy who just healed him in the back, essentially. That's what's going on here, is that nothing happened. Would society have welcomed him back? Sure. He was ready to throw Jesus under the bus. But we don't actually have any clue what his sin was. But there was some sort of sin of character here. And in Japonis Kamrafi, snitched on Jesus. That's exactly what he did. Yeah. Where did that say that? Oh, yeah, Diego Cravante says, ungrateful little snitch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this guy's a scumbag. Jesus knows he's a scumbag. But he heals him anyway. Because that's grace. That's the grace of God at work. Unmerited favor. This guy received unmerited favor. He received grace. He received mercy. He probably deserved a little more law. Okay. Yeah, so... Yeah, I don't think this is not a nice guy. Not a nice guy at all. So, anyway, I hope that answered your super chats. Thank you very much for the support of the channel. We really appreciate it. But yeah, there was no spiritual. They healed this guy physically, sees a miracle, receives a miracle, doesn't change his character one bit. Doesn't change it one iota. He continues on being exactly who he was. So thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Tandem Toad for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there a connection between Moses' plagues and Egyptian gods or culture? Culture, yes. Gods, no. Okay, let's sort of tease this out. Oh, it's a beautiful theory. Beautiful theory, just destroyed by brute facts. This was a theory that was proposed by Currid. And it really resonated with people. Currid suggested that every plague of Egypt was connected to an Egyptian god, and that each plague was a challenge to the Egyptian gods. Beautiful theory. Oh, it makes so much sense. So intuitive. And it falls apart as soon as you start looking at the details. When you start looking at the details, it just falls to bits. But I still see people repeating this all the time. Like, for example, when I hear about this theory, we'll often mention Heket as the frog goddess. She's supposed to be the goddess of fertility. She wasn't a fertility goddess. She was a goddess of magic. So, Now, a lot of this stuff falls apart really, really quickly when you start looking at the details. What I would say is that there's no one-to-one correspondence between the Egyptian gods and the plagues of Moses. Okay? Now, there's a cultural message here, though. Okay? The plagues are a matter of, can Pharaoh, can the priests, can they control the elements? Okay. Now, there's only one only one plague in the Bible that is associated with the gods of Egypt. And I'll pull up the passage here because I think it's well worth talking about. All right, it's Exodus 12:12. And this is talking about the last plague. Now, this is the only plague amongst the 10. And technically, it's not even a plague, it's a judgment. That is tied to the gods of Egypt. All the other ones aren't. The other ones are meant as challenges to the king. But in verse 12 here, it says, "For I will go through the land of Egypt that night, and I will strike down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments, for I am the Lord." Now, this is the only one that makes only plague that is in any way connected to the gods of Egypt. The problem here is the gods of Egypt aren't deities. This is not a reference to deities. It's a reference to people in positions of power. That's what this is actually a reference to. And we know that this is being used in the passage because earlier on in the text, Yahweh says to Moses, "I will make you a god in the eyes of Pharaoh." So he's basically telling Moses that I'm going to make you have the power of life and death. This would not make any sense. This passage here wouldn't make any sense if it was talking about a deity, about an idol in a temple. Okay? Striking the firstborn in all the land. And really, when we're talking about firstborn here, it's talking about the designated inheritor. So, if your older brother dies, you could end up being the firstborn because you took his place as the designated inheritor. So that's what it's talking about here in the firstborn. In the same way that Isaac was the firstborn, even though Ishmael was his older brother. Okay, so the striking down of the firstborn of the land of Egypt, both man and beasts, is talking about a judgment against the designated, basically the people who had the power of the society, the power to leave an inheritance. And it was just a way of saying, okay, we're going to whip out your power base. And frankly, many of these firstborns, I mean, these are not children. You have to understand, these are not children. These are people who have not received their inheritance yet. Like, they could be 60 years old, and their 80-year-old dad is still alive. You know, an interesting example of this is actually King Merneptah. He was 60 when he came to the throne. He was 13th in line for the throne. His 12 older brothers died before he became the firstborn. But that's because his predecessor, Ramses II, lived such a long time. So you could be 60. You could have an important position of power. The firstborn of Ramses II was not a child. He was a 25-year-old man, crown prince of Egypt. He was the chief diplomat for all of Egypt. And he had a son himself. So many people that died in that plague were not young. In fact, most of them weren't. So even in this particular case, where it seems like the text is talking about a attack against Egypt's religious system, it's not really talking about that. It's talking about attack on its political system. So that's what's going on here. So there's in no sense a challenge here to the Egyptian religious system, but a way of throwing the government of Egypt off keel. Economic as well. Yeah, they ran the yeah they ran society. Yeah, they ran society. So yeah, they were head of families. Yep. So there's a cultural connection, but there's not really a religious connection. So I kind of wish this one would die. This sort of idea that is connected on a one-to-one basis between each plague and a god of Egypt. It's such a bad theory. It's such a bad theory, and it just keeps getting repeated. Yeah, there's no evidence for it. It just sounds good. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helped. Hey. Jesse Stone for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Toby Wilkinson's book on the rise and fall of ancient Egypt? It's an okay book, yeah. Any other works you would recommend more for the non-expert? It would depend on what you're exactly wanting to read. There's not a lot of general books. I would recommend, if you want a general book on Egyptian history, Ian Shaw's Oxford, I think it's called the Oxford Handbook on Ancient Egypt. Yeah, Ian Shaw's book is really good. I think it's coming out in a third edition really soon, but the second edition was really good. I liked it, and I use it as the textbook when I teach the history of ancient Egypt. Now I have to supplement it and add some stuff to it, but overall it's a really good primer. Really good primer. There's another book called The Gods and Goddesses of Egypt. I think it's by Wilkinson. I don't know if I don't think it's the same Wilkinson, but that book is very good too. I would highly recommend that for the religion of Egypt. For pyramids, I would recommend Mark Leonard's book. His book on pyramids was terrific. It was second to none. It was really a great book. So, apart from that, those are sort of the general books I would recommend. But if you have a specific topic, I could probably recommend something else. But for the Marna period, I think Aidan Dobson's books are probably the best. Marna Sunset is probably the best books on the Amarna period. And he's done 3 books on the Amarna period, so he gets really into the details. So, anyway, there's some recommendations there that you can pursue if you wish. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Mystery flavor for $20. Ooh. Sponsoring non-super chat. Okay. Thank you very much for that support of the channel and that generous super chat. Let's see what we can find here. Okay. Let's see let's find a juicy non-super chat here. Mm. Hmm? I've heard of that. I don't really want to address that one, though. Oh boy. I won't use this as the sponsored one. Fulvison says, can you explain the different types of angles? Okay. You have obtuse angles and you got acute angles. Oh, did they? Oh, I see that. Yes, he did. Zero angle, acute angle, right angle, obtuse angle, straight angle, reflex angle, complete angle. uh, we have two. We have not covered all. We have a series called the Spirit World, where we do talk about some of the different types of angels. Okay. And frankly, angel is kind of a broad category that means messenger. This does not cover all spiritual beings. Not all spiritual beings are angels. And, you know, you got other spirit beings that are running around the landscape, okay? Angels are just one type. And really, it's a broad classification. It's a job description. The term angel means messenger. It means messenger. So we've come today to see angels as kind of a type of spiritual being, but it's really more of a job description for, say, a type of a spirit being. You've got, say, cherubim, seraphim. We've already discussed those in some detail tonight, but you've got others too. You've got, say, there's some reference to watchers, principalities, powers, that. Pretty good. Dark Blade, the entire postal service is an angel. Not in Canada. They're more demons. Really? Sorry if I've offended anyone in the postal system, but Canada Post is just awful. Just awful. I have not had a good experience with Canada Post. Woo! Woo! Terrible. So anyway, so yeah, we might be doing more episodes on, say, spirit beings, but again, that requires a certain level of research. So with that said, we've already covered some of them in detail tonight, but there's others too. And they are more often referred to by their job function. They're more often referred to by their job function rather than their species. So I hope that clarifies this. So when you hear about, say, principalities and powers, those are references again to a job function. But they aren't cherubim and seraphim either. They're different. And they serve different purposes and different roles. So, anyway, I want to thank you for that question, and I want to thank Mystery Flavor for the sponsored non-super chat. I hope that helped and brought some clarity to this. BC for 5 Australian. Thank you very much. What are good extra-biblical sources for learning about society and culture in Jerusalem and broader Israel in Jesus' day? Ooh. Well, in Jesus' day, it's a little easier. And that's because we actually have a lot of texts that have survived from that period. If you want to learn about the society and culture from extra biblical sources, Josephus is good. Josephus will give you an insight into Judean culture of the day. There are Roman reports of how things were in Judea. So there are historians that do talk about it. Now, as I said, the most important one here is Josephus. I don't trust Josephus on, say, really old history. Okay, like I would never trust him on, say, when he talks about the Exodus. But when he talks about stuff that happens during the first century, yeah, he's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. So, you could also read some of the really early church fathers. I wouldn't go with the later ones. The later ones seem to lose track of Israelite culture pretty fast, but some of the early church fathers were in touch with how things were still happening in Jerusalem and Judea. So you can go that avenue as well. There's a lot of sources though from the first century. You could also even, to some extent, use the Talmud. The Talmud actually has some good info as well. I don't like the Talmud for most history. Okay. But again, once you get to that first, second, third centuries AD, the Talmud can be helpful. It can be very helpful. So that's sort of where I would sort of draw the line there. So you could use that as well. The Mishnah, the Talmud, both have discussed some of the stuff that was happening in the first century. Another one you could probably use would be, they wouldn't tell you much about the culture of Israel, but the culture of, say, Judaism in Egypt would have been, what was his name now? There's a Jewish theologian who lived in Alexandria. I can't remember his name. Is just escapingly right now. Oh, it'll come to me in the middle of the night, unfortunately. But there was yeah. So Philo, thank you, Thomas Paris. It was Philo of Alexandria. He'll give you some insights of certain things within Israelite culture as well. But again, he's going to write from an Alexandrian perspective on this. So yeah, so he can be helpful as well. So we got a lot of sources from that time and that place. So again, you're going to get a lot of this from the Roman perspective. You're going to get a lot of this from, say, early church fathers. I mean, the really early ones, like First Clement, perhaps Papias. They could probably give you a little bit. Yeah, the Didache would be helpful. Epistle to Barnabas of Barnabas would be helpful. Again, I would not recommend these as a scripture, but again, they're good for getting a sort of a toehold into the culture. Even Polycarp can be helpful here, and so would be Ignatius. So there's sources that you can go through, and again, don't overlook Josephus. Again, he's really he's going to write about the Judean uprising and the Judean War. So he's going to be really focused on the society of Jerusalem at the time of, say, the revolts. Early Gnostic texts, Ryan Gosling, I'd stay away from those. Things get really, really strange in here. Yeah. So stay away from the Gnostic texts. They're not going to give you anything. And again, not everything in these sources are going to give you. Don't take everything in these sources as gold. That's probably use your discernment to figure out what's gold and what isn't. Yeah. Take that here. The Talmud says, Talbot Slade says, the Talmud says Jesus was a student of a particular rabbi who observed Jesus was a drunkard. Yeah, they made up all sorts of stuff too. The problem is that rabbi lived 200 years before Christ. I guess they didn't have the benefit of Google. Yeah. Well, you get all sorts of crazy stuff in the Talmud. I mean, you do get some, like, for example, there's some good stuff in there. Like when it talks about some of the ways that the offerings were collected at the temple. That's pretty banal history. Or say some of the interpretations of some of the laws. Okay, that's interesting. But you also get some wild claims in the Talmud as well. So, and it is from a certain spin. So they're approaching this with a certain perspective. So I don't like using it for a historical source generally, especially with ancient history. Again, how close is it to its particular source? So sometimes it's okay for, say, stuff in the 1st century because a lot of those authors are 1st, 2nd, 3rd century AD authors. But then there's also going to be some wild tales in there too. And almost anything the Talmud says about Jesus is going to be out in left field. So, Darkblade, what about later books of the Apocrypha? Most of the Apocrypha is going to deal with is Old Testament Apocrypha. So, I wouldn't put too much stock into that. And the Apocrypha has been pretty bad as far as its historical accuracy goes. So again, I'm not a big fan of the Apocrypha, not as a historical source. You might get some good insights out of 2nd Maccabees. You might get some good insights out of that. But then again, even with that, you're talking a couple hundred years before the time of Christ, so and that's assuming that it was written at that time and not later. So, again, I would take those. I would almost put that on the same level as the Gnostic Gospels. Just there's this disconnect between the authors and the culture and the sources. So that's what I would say there. Okay, so let's get back to the super chats here. I think we covered that pretty well. 909. Okay. Next super chat here is from Mouthwash for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, Wisdom of Solomon 2:12-20 contains a messianic prophecy clearer than almost anything in the Old Testament. Why reject its inspiration? Okay. There's other things in there. Usually is why there's some reasons why things get rejected from the Old Testament canon. Okay. Now, we have to kind of understand that we are, in many respects, inheritors of canon. We are inheritors of canon. We aren't creators of canon. We didn't create the canon. We inherited it. Okay. On the first level, the Old Testament canon was set out during the Council of Ezra and Nehemiah. And that's sort of where the Council of Ezra and Nehemiah is the first Jewish statement of canon. And that's where they sort of set out the rules for what books are going to be canon. And it's at that point where people start seriously thinking about the Old Testament as a canon. So you have to keep that in mind when you've got any book in the Old Testament, is it's going to have to follow those precepts. And if it doesn't follow those precepts, then it's usually been rejected by, say, Jewish canonical standards. The Israelite canonical standards. And I should clarify here, Israelite canonical standards. Just because Israelites at the time included both, say, both strains of Judaism. So, some of those standards won't apply to New Testament canon, but they would definitely apply to Old Testament canon. Like, for example, it has to have been written by a prophet, or have been deposited in the temple, and it has to be true. Everything in it has to be true. True or not yet fulfilled. So anything that has, say, partial truth in it is going to get rejected from, say, for the purposes of Jewish canon. Now, you look at the canonical debates of the first century, and there were some. Israelite authors of the first century did debate canon. But they were the debates of Israelites over the Israelite canon really centered around reducing the canon. So they're paring it down. The big debates in the first and second centuries BC, we're talking BC here, are going to be over whether stuff like Ruth should be canon. Should Esther be canon? Should Ecclesiastes be canon? That's what they're going to really, that's what the whole debate over Israelite canonicity over is, paring that down, not expanding it. You never saw a debate in the first and second centuries BC over making the canon bigger. It's always over making these smaller. It's only in the Christian era where discussions about expanding the canon started taking place. And really not until fairly late in the Christian period. So, it was more a fact that, they'll say, the Wisdom of Solomon was never accepted as Old Testament canon. And as the Christian church, we were inheritors of that canon. And many of the rules we use for New Testament canon are based upon those rules. Like, for example, if basically a work was pseudepigrapha, okay, it's a work that's done by an author that could not have written the work. That's a disqualification for canon. Anonymous works are fine. Anonymous works are fine. But falsely attributed works are not fine. That's a self-disqualifying. The book disqualifies itself. This is why, for example, Enoch is disqualified as canon. It claims to be written by Enoch. It could not have been written by Enoch. So, and this is also one of the reasons why Barnabas is disqualified. Barnabas is disqualified because there wasn't just one Barnabas who, it looks like it was accumulated work over a long period of time. So, I wouldn't know exactly the reason why the Wisdom of Solomon was rejected as Old Testament canon, but I could probably figure it out with about 10, 20 minutes of reading. It's usually pretty obvious why something gets disqualified from canon once you start reading the text. So that's why we reject, say, inspiration of some Old Testament canon, is because it doesn't fit the rules for canonicity. And again, these were set out by Ezra and Nehemiah. So these are prophets governing prophets. So that's where we inherit the canon from. And then when we get to the New Testament period, it basically comes down to, okay, what do we know about the books that are in circulation? How does the Holy Spirit then reveal that to us within those rules of canon? So that's kind of how the whole development of canon sort of got its start. Yeah, I don't know any books on this off the top of my head. Jason Thompson, where can I find these early debates and lists? Is there a book resource that you'd recommend? I think Metzger wrote a book on this once, but I haven't looked into this in so long. I don't know. Yeah, this is sort of basic seminary training, so this is not something I've studied in depth. But I think Bruce Metzger, as I said, wrote a book on this. But it's been so long since I've looked at this. I mean, I looked at this back in the 90s, so, it's been a long time. Yeah, but I think there might be some books done on this, but again, I can't recommend one because I haven't looked at them this recently. So anyway, thank you for the follow-up question, and thank you for that original super chat from 501 Mobius. Okay. I think we're getting close to the end of super chats here. Okay, BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Were all Israelites with disabilities shunned or just lepers? Was disability generally seen as a punishment for sin, John 9:2, or only in some cases? Okay. The general idea is that not all disabilities were shunned. Okay. But lepers were particularly shunned because they were ritually unclean. Well, it's contagious too, but that didn't help. And all actually, to be honest, not all forms of leprosy were contagious. However, they wouldn't have known the difference between one or the other. Okay. So, they took a more safe than sorry approach to leprosy, but leprosy was shunned. Disabilities weren't shunned, but you couldn't go on the Temple Mount if you had a disability. So there were rules that governed disabilities. Okay, if you had a certain disability, like an amputation, you could not serve as a temple priest, and you were not permitted to enter into the temple. So you were restricted to the outer court of the Gentiles, at least in Herodian times. So it was not seen as a punishment for sin. Okay. But like all of this stuff, it's very nuanced. Sometimes it could have resulted in sin, from sin, but it wasn't seen as, in general, a punishment for sin. There's, bad things happen. Bad things happen. And even back then, they realized that not every bad thing was a result of bad behavior. And, there's just... But the way that society and, say, the ritual law treated disabilities would depend upon, say, what the disability was or what the disease was. Leprosy ended up having you driven out of the city. Okay? Again, that was part of how they dealt with leprosy. Disabilities weren't driven out of the city, but they also could not, like, for example, someone who was lost a leg or lost an arm or even lost a testicle. They couldn't go into the Temple Mount. That was not permitted. And that's by ritual law that was the case. So you had to be intact to participate in, say, temple rituals. And it was even a disqualifying factor for being a priest. Well, it's the spotted lamb thing. Okay, my producer asked, why is that? Why does that occur in ritual cultures like this? And I said, it's the spotted lamb thing. It's your worshippers have to be intact to be worthy of worship. So, there was a lot involved with the whole idea of maintaining ritual purity. You know, just like you don't offer the lame and a spotted lamb to God, you also, the worshippers who are allowed to participate in the rituals also had to be, in a sense, not deformed. Okay? I'm not saying having a disability makes you deformed, but for the sake of ritual purity, it's not permitted because it wasn't seen as normal. And that's when we start getting into the laws that determine what's kosher and what is unclean. Now, unclean here doesn't mean that you're dirty in some way. It means your whatever has happened to you is not normal. Ritually pure worship requires, as a minimum standard, normality. So, if you've lost an eye, you're not normal anymore. You're outside of, you have deviated from what's normal in the population. So that would prohibit you from participating in temple rituals. So this is just the way ritual culture worked in Israel. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, Dylan Biggs for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you ever feel called by God to be involved in academia? Or did biblical studies, Egyptology, just happen to be very interesting for you? Okay. Frankly, it was very interesting for me. I'd wanted to go into academia. I had gone into Egyptology hoping to be in academia, because frankly, I love academia. You know, I like everything about teaching. I mean, I like teaching classes. I like dealing with students. I mean, I was an adjunct at UBC up until the pandemic. So, you know, I actually really enjoyed. I mean, I even liked the committee meetings, and everyone hates committee meetings. I liked supervising PhDs. Loved it. You know, I loved doing examinations for PhD dissertations. So I love the work of academics. But it seems like God has called me to do something else instead. I mean, he's more or less, I think he's called me to do YouTube at this point, because that's where he's opened the doors. So, and frankly, to be honest, we've reached more people through YouTube and educated more people and put in more teaching hours through YouTube than the average academic does in 20 years. You know, the reach we have through YouTube is just phenomenal. You know, we have something, let's see, what's this, the latest statistics here, so I get this right here, which is we have so far had on this channel 170,000 hours of watch time. Okay, that's 1,000 hours. Okay, so if we start doing the math here, your typical, I'm going to do the quick calculations here. Okay. So your general instruction time is you're doing 13 weeks, okay, of classes at maybe 3 hours a week. So 39 hours for a semester-long class. You're doing 5 of these classes a semester. So that's 195 hours of instruction time. Your class size will vary from, say, 8 people to maybe 50. So we'll take an average there about, say, 30, the class 30 students, okay? So times that by 30 students. So those 30 students make up for 5,850 hours per semester of instruction time. So 5,850 times 2 to cover the whole academic year. Your average academic is only influencing students for about 12,000 hours. So now you take 170,000 hours. You divide that by 11,700. And that's the equivalent. My YouTube channel has gotten the equivalent of being a full-time instructor for 14 years. We've been running this channel for 3 years. That's a huge bang for, as I say, the buck. You know, that is just a crazy return. Crazy return. You know, it's just really phenomenal how much outreach, how much influence YouTube has. So, yeah, there's a whole lot of, you know, yeah, okay, I would have loved the opportunity to work in a university. Still would love it. But there's also huge advantages to just sticking to YouTube too. You know, there's just, as I said, I can reach more people with this than I can with in the academy. The only way you really sort of multiply your influence in the, say, academia is to have lots of students. Produce lots of PhDs. If you supervise a lot of PhDs, you end up having a lot of influence. But a lot of academics never get that. Like, for example, if you work at an institution that only does bachelor's degrees, or community college, you won't have much influence. Yeah, a lot of seminaries, the highest degree offered is a master's degree or a Master of Divinity. So unless you're supervising PhDs, and a lot of them, your influence can be very, very limited if you're in the academy. So, oh yeah, then there's that too. My producer here brought up the fact that if you are working at a college or a seminary, you're often limited to what you can teach based upon what the donors want you to teach. So you've got that pressure from the outside also, you know, restricting what you can teach. Like, for example, a lot of the stuff I teach on this YouTube channel just wouldn't go over on, say, a more fundamentalist-leaning seminary. Like, my views on the Exodus would be very unpopular. They're very unpopular with donors. So, yeah, and that's the other thing, too, is also, as my producer just pointed out, if you're at a seminary or a theological college, you're limited to that denominational perspective. Here on YouTube, I can reach all denominations. I can reach fundamentalists, independent church Baptists. I can reach Calvinists. I can reach Arminians. I can reach Catholics, Roman Catholics. I can reach Eastern Orthodox. I can reach Oriental Orthodox. there's no limit to the number of people I can reach. We have people who are learning on this channel who are atheists, who believe in the new Kemetic religions. There are people here who are, say, modern day Orthodox Jews. So, the number of people we can reach through YouTube is phenomenal. In fact, we actually did a survey a couple years ago. We should probably do the survey again just to see if there's been. That's awesome, transatlantic whirlwind. Okay. We did a survey a few years ago. We received an accusation from an atheist that all this channel does was basically provide bravado to disenchanted evangelicals. Okay, that was the accusation, that we're just catering to disenchanted evangelicals, and this was the accusation received from the atheists. And at the time, we didn't know what our demographics were. So we did a survey, asked our viewership, hey, okay, let us know what your denomination is in broad categories. And we found out that the largest group who actually watched us were basically what we call high church or magisterial type of denominations, like Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodox, and, say, high church Anglicans and Lutherans. Evangelicals came in at a much lower percentage. I think there was something like 30%, but like only 1/3 were actually evangelicals. But what also surprised us too, that we had like 10% of our viewers, like 5% were Jewish, 5% were atheist, and 5% were Islamic. We didn't realize we had so many Islamic viewers. That's really impressive. Yeah, Old Testament roots are Old Testament roots. Yeah, so it's... So, yeah, so the reach we get here is phenomenal. It's really impressive. And not only that, if I taught at a seminary, I mean, yeah, I'd probably be in some city in the United States somewhere, and probably be teaching mostly local people. Our global outreach is also phenomenal. That's the other thing too. 40% of our viewers come from the United States. The next category is actually from the UK at 5%. Canada at 3%, India at 3%, and the rest of the countries of the world make up the remainder of our audience. I mean, we have a huge international following. Huge international following. Ian Ankovic, I didn't mention, I meant Arminian, not Armenian. Okay, I said Arminian and Calvinist. Okay. Okay, just to clarify that. We weren't just excluding the Armenians, but I did say Arminian. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go where God calls, essentially. And right now, God has called us to YouTube, and I think that's it's working out really well. We have been, even though this channel has been going for a little over 3 years, we have been just overwhelmed by how much fruit is brought. And again, any ministry, you're going to have to judge by the fruit. We're building one of the best communities that I've ever seen on YouTube. Uh, thank you, Talbot. Um, he adds here. I love how you'll get into the weeds, not just the surface stuff. Well, the weeds are some of the most interesting stuff. But then again, too, if I was teaching at a Bible college or seminary, you've got limited time. You've got 3 hours to convey all your curricula. You can't get into some of the interesting rabbit holes. Okay, and some of the rabbit holes, BC. Right now, God's calling to full time. It's like, okay. But getting back to the weeds here, I mean, the weeds, there's some really interesting details in some of these stuff, some of these questions. Like, take for example that weird the weird question we had early on about the donkey head going for 80 shekels of silver, and why would anyone want to buy a donkey head for 80 shekels of silver? Because it's nutritious, essentially. But until you sort of start fleshing that out, then you can't understand it. So, this is one of the things I really, really love. This is what I think is. Oh yeah, the question of dogs last week. Well, we had a question once on ostriches. Yeah, that was one of the best questions we ever had. About how ostriches, will, kick out the eggs out of a nest and doesn't care. And the question was, well, is this really scientifically accurate? And yeah, it is. Because many of the hens of an ostrich, a group of ostriches, you'll have one male and several females. And there's a dominant female. And the dominant female will kick out the other eggs. So it was actually scientifically accurate. But you wouldn't have known that if someone had never asked the question. So, we have a lot of the weeds we get into is because our community here is asking great questions. Honestly, that's the reason. That's what's making the show, is the great questions people are asking. And that's one of the things that really surprised us. As I said, I think a few weeks ago, we only expected to do these live streams for about 6 weeks and thought people would get repetitive or run out of questions. That has never happened. Oh, yeah, well. Yeah, somebody asked, where did somebody ask that? Oh, Warrior the Most High posted the Mr. EC emoji. Yeah, I might bring a sock puppet. I'm thinking of bringing my sock puppet to ETS. So if you join me at ETS, you might be able to see Mr. EC in the wool. To get you in the books, Okay, so yeah, we get into all sorts of strange stuff on this channel because of the questions asked. And I think that's wonderful. We have a great community that asks really interesting questions. So, and I just could never do that in academia. You try to get students to answer questions or to ask questions. And when I was teaching, one of the things I would always do was I would reserve a certain amount of time for questions and answers. And I used to make it part of the grade because I wanted it to be, interactive experience. Well, one person passed versus failed because he took advantage of the whole question Q&A thing. You know, it was only counted for 5%, but you know, that 5% can matter if you're, you know, on that razor edge of pass or fail. But students weren't all that keen on getting into interesting questions. You know, they academia, you know, lectures can be a very passive experience. And attempts to make it less passive and more interactive isn't going to often buy you a lot of interesting questions. But here on this channel, we get amazing questions. It's just fascinating questions. So in short, I don't feel the same calling to go into academia that I used to. Just because the opportunities for interesting, provocative interactions, and potentially, you know, if this becomes a full-time enterprise, I get to write books again. And I'd love to do that. Really, that's where I want to go. Is do the YouTube channel, but write books. Because I think there's some really interesting books that need to be written. So anyway, I'm going to draw the line there on the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And I hope that gave you some insight. Okay, Transatlantic Whirlwind for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Any thoughts on liturgical calendar view of 7 days? I don't know what you mean by that question. Could you rephrase that question? Because I'm not sure what you exactly mean by this. Yeah, the question's not clear. Not clear what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean by the liturgical calendar view. I think you mean calendar here. So if you can pop an explanation into the live chat, I'll look for it and redress the question when you provide some clarification here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, but I can't really answer this because I'm not sure what you're driving at. And Japonis Conrafe for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the clumsiest pharaoh of all? Oh. There's one. There's one. I don't remember which one it was exactly. It was one of the Middle Kingdom pharaohs. And I think it was one of the... It was either one of the Amenemhats or one of the Sinwasrats. I can't remember which one. But there was this pharaoh. King. He wasn't a pharaoh because he predates Tutmosis III. But he's king. And he arrives on a bark. On a big boat. And he disembarks the boat. But as he's disembarking the boat, he drops his scepter and it hits the guy below. Yes. And the guy below is freaking out. He thinks he's touched, you know, a god. Because the scepter, the flail, and the crook of the king had a divine status, more so than the king himself did. And so the guy's freaking out. He's just touched a god by mistake. He's thinking he's done for. And the king has to reassure the guy. This is an accident. No offense attended. You'll live. You'll be fine. Oops. Yeah. That's the clumsiest king in Egyptian history. That guy right there. I wish I could remember his name, but I don't. So, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. We're almost at the end here. Okay, Transatlantic Whirlwind for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, I saw your clarification there, and we'll take that in just a minute, but we'll take this one first. So it's 1043 for the clarification. Okay. Is mystery history a good source of ancient history? I don't know. I don't watch that. Is that a YouTube channel? I've never heard of it. I don't watch a lot of YouTube channels on history. Honestly, I get most of my history from books. There's really only one history channel, a couple. Oh, I should say this. There's a few channels I do recommend. I recommend, for example, the Metatron for Roman history. I think he's very good in Roman history. His biblical stuff is not so great. But I think his stuff on Roman period stuff and Greek period stuff is very good. Even some of his stuff into early church history is okay. So I'll recommend the Metatron for that. A new channel that's coming up that I think is pretty good is Linguist Ammo's channel. He's starting to do some really excellent work. His recent video on the Steve Collins Sodom and Gomorrah at Tel Haman was very, very good. So I'm starting to recommend his stuff, especially on the history. Man, mythology. Oh boy. All right, well that explains why I've never watched it. Oh gee. Here, get that up here. That's a conspiracy, ancient aliens, mythology crap channel. Well, that explains why I haven't watched it. Boy. Oh boy. Okay. Again, I don't tend to watch ancient alien stuff. I got better things to do with my time. Yikes. Hey, everyone knows the pyramids were built by sound foxes. And there's evidence now. They found a den of foxes in hiding in one of the cubby holes of the pyramids in Giza. So there's evidence now that these were sound foxes. Oh boy. All right. So anyway, I hope that answers your question, because yeah, I don't watch ancient alien stuff. All right. So let's get back to the other question. Okay, and here's the clarification. There's a book by a scholar on liturgical days, meaning feast days, okay, of Israel and how it relates to Genesis 1, 1 to 2, 3 by Dr. Michael Lefebvre. I don't know how to spell his name. It's endorsed by many. I haven't read it. So without having read his book, I can't really comment on it. I only comment generally on books I've read or at least skimmed through. If I haven't picked up the book at all or haven't read any excerpts from it, I generally don't comment on it. So I haven't read this book, so it's hard for me to comment on this. But, you know, when you start talking about liturgical days and feast days, that can open the door to speculation. And I'd like to get a more concrete view of what they're talking about before I sort of get into what that means. So, again, I'd have to read it. I'd have to read it before I comment. So, it might be okay, might not be. I don't know. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, but I have to sort of defer this one again because I haven't read the literature on this. Okay. Christopher J. Fiera Musca for 10 for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on Greco-Roman influence on Christianity? Yeah, it had some influence. Yeah. I don't think there's any reason to deny that. You do, I mean, they were living in a Greco-Roman society. Yeah. And they were occupied by a Roman power. Alexander the Great brought Hellenistic culture to the whole ancient Near East. You know, in his conquests of the 4th century. So that made it a Hellenistic world. So that's really an uncontroversial statement to say that Greco-Roman thought and literature influenced Christianity. It did. Now the question is, how did it influence Christianity? There are concepts that Christianity does import from the Greco-Roman world, such as the Logos. Now, that's a Greco-Roman concept that's imported by John. You see the Apostle Paul quoting Greek philosophers like Epictetus. There's Platonic thought interwoven, or at least alluded to, in some of the epistles. So there's a lot here that's going on that, and we know, for example, Roman military culture plays a huge role in the Gospels. You know, centurions are mentioned many times. Tax collection, that was a Roman thing. So there's a lot that's influencing Christianity in its early days, and including the New Testament. So it's not a controversial statement, but again, it's we have to determine what that influence is. So anyway, without more specifics, it's hard to get into. So, but anyway, that should give you some general principles on how to view Greco-Roman influence on Christianity. It was a part of the culture. It was part of the literature they read. It's part of their day-to-day life. So again, it's not a controversial statement. There's a lot of Greco-Roman influence on Christianity. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. I think that's the last super chat. So now what we'll do is we will go back and we will take some non-super chats. It's almost 11, and then we will call it a night. So let's go back and let's start taking some non-super chats here. Non-super chat time. Everyone loves non-super chat time. That's when we go crazy here. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I'll take this one here. Let me explain. Followers of the shepherd. How do we know if the number 40 is numerological or not, such as Joshua 14:7? Sometimes context will tell you. Sometimes repeated use will tell you. Like if you see several 40s in a row in a certain context, yeah, you can pretty much guess it's being used as numerology or an idiom. But sometimes you can't either. Sometimes the writer just expects you to just go with it. Whether it's literal or not, the author may not be specific here. So, Sometimes you can tell, sometimes you can't. And context will probably be your guide here. So if we look at, say, Joshua here, Joshua 14:7. And verse 6, the sons of Judah drew near to Joshua in Gilgal, and Caleb, son of Jephthah, the Kenizzite, said to him, "You know the word which the Lord spoke to Moses, the man of God, concerning you and me at Kadesh Barnea. I was 40 years old when Moses sent the servant of the Lord, or Moses, the servant of the Lord, brought me from Kadesh Barnea to spy out the land, and I brought back to him as it was in my heart." Okay. Now we are told that both Joshua and Caleb are older than 20. Okay, because they were part of the generation that should have perished, but they were spared because they were good spies. Now, in this particular case, we can't be sure. He might be using it as an idiom. That's possible. But at the same time, too, was he really 60 at the time when this happens? Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to say. So, we can't be sure in this particular case that the 40 here is figurative or literal. Either one could be. The context doesn't make it clear. Because the fact is, it's such a common idiom, it's really hard to say in a particular case like this. If he's just saying, I was old enough to be a spy. I was old enough to be wise. So, yeah, he's saying he's over 85, yeah, at the time. Yeah, that would be correct. Because he'd be over 20 at the time when the spies are sent. And he's basically saying, okay, 40 years after, this he was 40, and then he's 40 years of wandering, he'd be 80 in his 80s. So Chowyi, could the 20 be figurative as well? Probably not. It's not used in a figurative sense. It's not something we see in the text. So the 20 doesn't have a symbolic value in Israelite literature in the same way that 40 does. 40 is just so commonly used as an idiom. It's a judgment call at that point. Really a judgment call. So that's the best we can explain that. Thank you very much for the super chat, or sorry, the question. We really appreciate the good question. But sometimes context will tell you, sometimes it won't. I don't think in this case it's particularly helpful. Okay. Let me explain. Follows the shepherd asks, has there ever been a king that was eaten by a crocodile? No. Okay, that's a simple one. There's no king of Egypt that's ever been eaten by a crocodile. Sure be interesting if there was, though. He would be the most clumsiest king in Egyptian history. Oh yeah, if a king fell overboard, you'd have half a dozen people just jump in the water, to save him. And he probably didn't go bathing alone either. So there'd be servants attending him. So it's so unlikely that the king would be left alone, where a crocodile would have that opportunity. So, yeah, there's no record of any king in Egyptian history being eaten by a crocodile. Okay, so I hope that answers that question. Thank you for the question. Oh, let's see. Yeah. Okay. Harry Stark asks, great question. What is David and Kiara's advice for a happy, faithful marriage in a culture that is rampant with divorce? Okay. Great question. We have been married now for 24 years. Okay. Uh let's just say, first thing, our marriage is based in Jesus Christ. Okay. We we're both believers. We're both believers in Jesus Christ. So our marriage has been held together by the glue of faith in Christ. So, you know, frankly, you get two sinners living together under the same roof. There's always going to be fights. There's always going to be tension. I'll say this. If you've got Jesus Christ in your life, your odds of fighting fair are a lot higher. I think that's one of the things that psychologists have looked at divorce. It's actually one of the more well-studied topics. And they discovered that in a lot of divorces, one or both people are not fighting fair. They fight dirty. If you can show the love of Christ to your spouse, that's going to leave a lot of longevity in your marriage. The second thing I would say is one of the reasons that our marriage is so successful is we waited till we got married. That's a huge thing. Statistics say that if you played the field prior to marriage, your chances of getting divorced are exceptionally high. So we saved ourselves to marriage. Okay, so that's another part of the success, is we prepared ourselves spiritually long before the marriage took place. We were committed to marriage for life. Both of us were. Okay? The other thing is, we have a great sense of humor. We learn to laugh with each other. You don't think we're just laughing on this live stream. I mean, it continues on well after the cameras are off. The other thing is, too, we involve each other in each other's life. It's a big thing. I saw this at seminary. And the divorce... oh, yeah, that was really scary. The divorce statistics for graduates who graduate with an MDiv is really high. Okay, now you have to understand that an MDiv is a Master's of Divinity. It's the professional degree for a pastor. The statistics, when we went to Trinity, this was being researched when I went to Trinity, because one of the things that we discovered after the fact is that 2/3 of the seminarians that graduate with an MDiv get a divorce within 5 years of graduation. Yeah, usually within 2. Yeah. Usually within 2. That's a terrifying statistic. One of the things I discovered is I could really tell sort of which seminarians were going to survive the process of seminary. and which ones weren't. Now, when I say survive the process of seminary, some of them will cheat with the church secretary. Some of them will deconvert. Some of them will divorce. Some of them will have behaviors that will lead to ruin. You could really, really tell which seminarians were going to do well, which ones weren't. And it boils down to some really telltale signs. Some real telltale signs. Like, you could tell the ones that were going to deconvert. Because, they were at seminary for, say, purposes of finding themselves, personal affirmation, looking for meaning in their life. They didn't have a clear purpose of why they were there. So, oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I knew one guy at seminary who failed med school. So he decided to do seminary because it was easier. And he could get all the attention. But, you could see that there was darkness in this guy's life. He was hitting on the girls in the class. And he was married. Dude was married. Nobody saw that wedding ring. He wore it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he had been in the class all whole semester. And yeah. Yeah. Yeah, most people didn't notice he had a wedding ring because he was such a hound dog in the class. I mean, this is in a seminary. This is in a seminary. And this guy's hitting on unmarried women in class. Yeah, I agree with you, Warrior the Most High. Ew. There was the ones that deconvert. They're looking for basically meaning, significance, personal significance in their lives. And they're not going to find it at seminary. And it's interesting that I've seen this happen. Like Bob and Brenda. They met at a seminary. They're both deconvert. And it's interesting that these people who are searching for significance find each other and deconvert together. Genetically modified skeptic is an example of this pattern also. Same pattern. Looking for significance at a seminary. Finds another person looking for significance in a seminary. Both deconvert. So the signs are there. You can see it. And I will say this. The seminaries are so desperate for students that there's no entry counseling. As long as you have a half decent essay of why you want to go to seminary, you'll get in. You'll get in. Oh. Yeah, I would agree with that. Field eds, I think, at seminary should be done at the beginning too, because that's when people find out, what their character is, why they're there, if they have any reason to be there. Yeah. Yeah. The field eds are not, a lot of programs are not well structured to discover, your reasons for being there. And as I said, seminaries don't have good intake counseling. You just don't. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the cheating at seminary too. Yeah, you'll find that too. Those guys are going to wash out sooner or later too. Cheating is everywhere at seminary. Yeah, as far as you're on your tests. Now, seminaries, a lot of seminaries use the honor system for cheating, and basically students cheat. BC, the field, what now? Yeah, becoming a pastor. Yeah, a field education. A field ed is basically where a pastoral candidate, person who's getting their education in to become a pastor, will have to go out and do hands-on work. So you'd be sent with to a church to do some hands-on work or a specific ministry. It's to give you a real-world experience. Is really what it is. Yeah, yeah, Jack Ray. There are definitely two types of cheating at seminary. But yeah, you can really sort of see which ones are going to succeed, which ones are going to fail, which ones are going to take shortcuts. Yeah. No. Yeah, I'm not going to take that one, BC. Ooh. Yeah, there's you see some ugly things at seminary at times. You also see some very good things too, though. And I don't want to completely diss on the seminary experience, because it can be a good experience. It was a good experience for me. Yeah. It was a very, very good experience for me. But there are others who did not have a good experience. For many, seminary is a spiritual desert, a place where a lot of work is done, and it's a hard program. It's a real hard program. It's a really intensive program. Yeah. Well, I mean, what got me, as my producers just reminded me of here, one of the things that got me through seminary is I treated my academic work as a act of worship. And frankly, I still do. I still treat my academic work as a form of worship. And because of that, my academic work became a joy. I actually looked forward to it. And the more work I had, the more worship I did. So for me, it transformed my seminary experience, which is why I never cheated at seminary. It's because it was worship. Why would you cheat at worship? Yeah, you could. Oh yeah, you could argue with him, but you never cheated. Yeah, so there's but getting back to the original question too, of what made our marriage so successful, despite, and I'll add this, despite the problems that seminary brings, is my wife and I were very, very involved in the whole seminary process, with each other's process. I would go to her classes. She would take classes on bioethics, and I would attend her classes with her. She would attend my classes with me. So it became kind of a dating experience. Yeah. We did a class on Photoshop together. That class was awesome. You know? How's that one? My wife also wants me to pass on that you also have to find somebody who is willing to live with you during the three worst parts of the marriage vow. That's sicker, poorer, and worse. she says if you can't see yourself living with this person during those circumstances, you shouldn't be married. So, where are the most high? Have you ever helped your fellow student during the exam? Never. I have never helped someone cheat. I don't help people cheat. Cheating, okay, cheating is a kind of theft. Cheating is theft. It's and to help a fellow student during an exam is aiding and abetting a theft. You're taking a grade away from somebody else who's earned it. A lot of courses are graded on a bell curve. That means there's a distribution of grades. So, never have I helped a student during an exam. I have helped students before an exam. I've helped them study. But even that, there's limits. Okay? Like, for example, one of the common study cheats that people do in colleges and in seminaries, I hate to say this, is getting a copy of other students' notes. Okay? There are some students that won't take notes the entire semester. Maybe their language skills are not up to par, even though they were supposed to have taken a TOEFL test to make sure that their language skills were up to par. This is very common amongst international students. There are international students that cheat on the TOEFL. And the TOEFL is an exam that's meant to test your English proficiency. And most schools have an entrance requirement for English proficiency. But a lot of foreign students cheat on the TOEFL. They get someone else to write the exam for them. So they don't have the language skills when they come to school. So they come into these classes. They don't have the proficiency to... They might have reading proficiency, but not audio or oral proficiency. So they will take really poor notes. So they will photocopy some other student who has good notes and study off of those notes to boost their grade up. It is a kind of cheating. They shouldn't be there in the first place. So, yeah, the Bible exegesis says the TOEFL is digital now. It has been for years. This was possible probably 10 to 15. It still occurs in foreign countries, though, where bribes are often exchanged to do this. So it's still a practice. It's still done. There are still professional test takers in like China and India. This is where you find the practice happening the most. So while the TOEFL exam has tried to tighten these practices, it still happens. It still happens. Yeah, there's a whole industry of this, of professional test takers. So, you still see it, especially, as I said, in places where entrance into foreign schools is highly esteemed. So you'll see it. As I say, you'll see it mostly from India, but you'll also see it in China. China does this a lot. Yeah, I mean, I had to take the TOEFL. When I applied for my PhD in the University of Liverpool, they demanded a TOEFL result from me. So, yeah, I remember having to take that TOEFL exam. Oh, that was an experience and a half. So, anyway, I think we've given lots of good marital advice. We've also seen how marriage sort of collides with the whole seminary system here. Yeah. As my producer here wants me to repeat, expect poor, worse, and sicker out of marriage. She also adds, if the person makes those situations better, marry them. I wouldn't say that as an overall advice, by the way, but yeah, they should make the situation better. Okay, so thank you very much for that non-super chat. It did provoke some interesting rabbit trails as we saw this, but okay. Darkblade, last time I heard, India punishes academic cheating by up to 10 years in prison. The enforcement of that is what's at issue. But that's because it became such a problem in India. It became a real problem. It's still a problem. Still a problem. I still remember. It wasn't that long ago. It was just last year. I heard about a bride who was supposed to be marrying someone educated. And down the aisle, she, at the wedding, okay, at the wedding, she asks him the question, what's 9 plus 12? And he couldn't answer. And she canceled the wedding immediately. Right then and there. Yeah, in front of all the guests. Yeah, it was quite something. So, yeah, it still happens. Still happens. Yeah, this was just recent. Here's an interesting little question from Seneca Nero. And he's actually talking here about the widow's mite. And he asks, was the sequence where the widow gave little and they said she has given, and this is Christ who said it, she has given more than anyone else, a criticism on the priest for taking money, where you ignore the chapter break? A Bible verse would be very helpful here so we could examine the chapter, but I know a bit about what's going on here. What he's talking about here is sacrifice. It's sacrifice. She is giving more than all the others because what she gives hurts. Her love for God is so much that she gives what little she has that it hurts. I have to explain this to students at times. You know, students will say to me sometimes that when it comes to child sacrifice, did parents not love their kids, and that's why they sacrificed them? And in things such as child sacrifice, and I said, no, you're looking at this all wrong. You're looking at this all wrong. Parents sacrificed their children because they loved them, they were valuable to them, and because they're valuable. And he gives us the passage here. Good, excellent. So we'll just look at the passage here as well, so that helps. So, Luke 21, 1-4. Okay. And it came about on one of the days while he was teaching the people in the temple and preaching the gospel that the chief priests and the scribes with the elders confronted him. And they spoke, saying him, tell us by what authority you are doing these things. Who is the one that gave you this authority? And he answered them and said, I shall also ask you a question. You tell me, was the baptism of John from heaven or from men? Okay, I'm not seeing where it has to do with the widow's mite here, but not 21, not 20. Oops, sorry, not the wrong one. All right, let's try that again. Okay, verse 20, chapter 21, verse 1. And he looked and saw the rich putting their gifts in the treasury. And he saw a certain poor widow putting in 2 small copper coins. These are the widow's mites. And he said, truly I say to you, this poor widow put in more than all of them. For out of their surplus put into the offering. But she, out of her poverty, put all that she had to live on. And some, while they were talking about the temple that it was adorned with beautiful stones and gifts, he said, now, there is that contrast here between the beauty of the temple and the widow for all she gave. Now, there is this whole idea that, again, sacrifice hurts. There was a very, to quote a popular culture reference, there was a show, a BBC show called Being Human. It's a sitcom about a vampire, a werewolf, and a ghost living in a flat together. Okay? And the werewolf is once asked, the curse, does it hurt? And he says, it's a curse. It's supposed to hurt. Okay? This is a sacrifice on behalf of the widow. It hurts. It's supposed to hurt. That's how she's showing her devotion. She is giving off what she has to show her love. It is supposed to hurt. Okay? That's the whole nature of sacrifice. And we live in a society today that is so affluent that it doesn't understand that. Okay, so you want me to read the last few verses of chapter 20 as well. Okay. And while all the people were listening, he said to the disciples, beware the scribes who walk around in long robes and love respectful greetings in the marketplaces, the chief seats in the synagogues, and the places of honor at banquets, who devour widows' houses for appearance's sake, offer long prayers. These will receive greater condemnation. Okay, yeah, so there is a contrast here. There's a contrast here. But then again, too, this again points to the nature of sacrifice. What are the scribes doing here? They're walking around long robes. Love respectful greetings. But they are devouring the disadvantaged. They offer long prayers for appearance's sake. These will receive the greater condemnation. Why? Their love is not for God. Their love is for self. And to tie this back to the previous question on marriage and what we saw at seminaries, you could see some of this in that crowd. That guy, I'll tell you one thing about the guy who was hitting on the single women. You know, I started seminary same time as him, ended seminary a little after him. By the time that guy was done his 3 years of seminary, that guy could pray amazing prayers. Boy, oh boy, that guy could pray beautiful prayers. I have never seen a guy go from completely obtuse about the Christian faith to being able to say the most beautiful prayers. But dang, he was a dirtbag. Just goes to show you that just because they pray beautiful prayers doesn't mean that the heart is in a good state. What are the Pharisees, what are the scribes in Luke chapter 20 offering God? Nothing. Nothing. They're walking around beautiful clothing. They're giving each other respectful greetings. They're occupying the high places of learning and honor when other people aren't looking. They're destroying the widows. Their prayers are even empty. They give long, beautiful prayers. Totally vacuous of love. Totally vacuous of love. Yeah. That's a good, fair point. You know, my producer says it's like an algorithm. They can sense the right words. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Talbot Slade says, cups clean on the outside, but dirty on the inside, per Jesus. Nailed it. Yep, that nails it. Whitewashed sepulchres. Again, like Jesus says. And now that's an inflammatory thing to say to an Israelite. Wow. You know, the clean on the outside but dirty on the inside was tame. The whitewashed sepulchres. Wow. That when Christ called the Pharisees and the scribes whitewashed sepulchres, white on the outside but full of rotten dead men's bones. For an Israelite, you couldn't say much more that's worse. The tomb was ritually impure. It was unclean. It was full of rot and made other things unclean. As they would say in the Old West, them's fighting words. Them's fighting words. That's the sort of thing that would get you stoned back then. Brood of Vipers was nothing compared to that. That was probably the most inflammatory thing that Jesus said to... Yeah, you couldn't get anything uncleaner than that. Yeah, that's just... Yeah, that was... Yeah, that was going to throw hands, eh? Yeah, absolutely. That was just... Yeah, that was pretty... That was the most inflammatory thing he said. Bar none. Bar none. That would get you... That would get people really, really angry at you back then. Still today, actually. You go to Israel and you start telling the Orthodox Jews that they're whitewashed sepulchres full of rotten dead men's bones. Yeah, that'd still get you in a fight today. Yeah, probably could have. Seneca, yeah. Yeah, that made the crucifixion certain. Well, it certainly wouldn't... It would not win you... How do I say this? It certainly wouldn't win you... how do you say this? Mr. Congeniality? What was it say? Winsome. Winsome. A lot of, say, compromising preachers today, like the term winsomeness. How do you know if you're dealing with a preacher that's kind of bankrupts? Is they will use the term winsome to describe themselves. Transatlantic Whirlwind asks, should we preach more like Jesus did? Not in exactly the same way, but shouldn't hold back truth either. Okay. Talbot Slade does not win friends or influence people. You see, there's a compromise here. There's a compromise, and Jesus practiced this. Uh, which is law to the proud, grace to the humble. Okay. If they're proud, they need a good dose of law. And that's what we see here in Luke chapter 20. At the end of Luke chapter 20, is Christ basically laying it out to the proud. But he's also pointing out grace to the humble. That's a really good principle to go by when determining how we preach. Grace to the humble, law to the proud. And, I'll say this in the West, we got a lot of pride. There's a lot of pride in the Western church. But we think we're doing so well. Oh, good grief. Yeah, I think it's. I could just wax elegant on why more let's say law preaching should be done in the West. But there's a balance. There's a balance. There's a time to preach law, and there's a time to preach grace. You don't want to be too unbalanced on either side. And Christ wasn't imbalanced. He showed grace. And he sometimes showed grace to people who didn't deserve it, which is all of us. None of us deserve grace. Okay? Patui says, you're sounding like a Lutheran. Quote, to the proud, law as if there were no gospel. To the despairing, gospel as if there was no law. Yeah. Yeah. But that's gospel. That's basic gospel. Here's the thing. When we talk about gospel, there is, we can go back to Jeremiah 31. Okay, let's actually take that passage. Jeremiah 31. Here's what a lot of people do not understand about the new covenant. This is a great thing to segue to. Okay. I love this passage because when it talks about the new covenant here, it does it in such graphic terms. 31. Okay. Now, we'll start at verse 29 here. Okay, so we're to talk about the new covenant here. Jeremiah 31, verse 29. And it goes to, let's just say, we'll end it at 33. Okay. In those days, they will not say again, the fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge. Now, great illustration here in just verse 29. This is the idea. This is he's describing here the old covenant. Okay. Where the fathers eat grapes. Now, the grapes are a highly acidic food. When you eat too many grapes, it softens the enamel on your teeth, and you get this weird tingly feeling. And you go, eh. It's just weird, a weird feeling when you eat too many grapes. And what happened here is it's the illustration that the father's eating so many sour grapes that the children are feeling the effects. In essence, what's going on here is the fathers are sinning, and the children get the consequences. They get the culpability and the responsibility for their father's sin. This is basic old covenant, cumulative sin, the cumulative debt of sin. Okay? All right. So far, most people are on page with that, okay? Even though they've never thought of it in those terms. But now you get the new covenant, verse 30. But everyone will die for his own iniquity. Each man who eats the sour grapes, his teeth will be set on edge. That's good news, right? You will no longer die for your parents' sin, but you'll now die for yours. Great news. Verse 31. Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Not like the covenant which I made with their fathers in the day I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt. My covenant which they broke, although I was husband to them, declares the Lord. Verse 33. But this is the covenant which I will make with the house of Israel in those days, declares the Lord. I will put my law within them. On their heart I will write it. I will be their God, and they shall be my people. All right, and it goes on. But there's the new covenant is not like the old covenant. But there's also the new covenant has bad news and it has good news. It's both. A lot of people don't understand this about the new covenant. It's not all good news. It's better news than the old covenant, that's for sure. Because the old covenant says, your father's sin, you're responsible for. His father's sin, yeah, you're responsible for that too. His father's sin, you're responsible for that. Going all the way back to Adam. Now that's pretty bad news. If you're responsible for all that sin, that weight of sin, there's no way you could be saved. That's why the Apostle Paul says the law brings death. Yeah. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter how good you are if your father was a dirtbag. Okay? So, there's that cumulative debt of sin going all the way back. Now, the bad news of the new covenant is you are now responsible for your own sin. That's the good news and the bad. That's a good news and a bad news thing. Good news is you're no longer responsible for dad's sin, but you're now responsible for your own. And you're still stuck because you can't pay that off. But the good news of the new covenant is God found a way to pay for that sin on your behalf. So you don't even have to pay that. That's the good news. But again, most people don't understand that there's a bad news of the new covenant and the good news. They're both there. They're both present. Even after the old covenant is made obsolete. Still that good news of the gospel and the bad news of the gospel. The bad news of the gospel, you're dead in your sins. Good news of the gospel, Christ paid the price for you. That's Gospel 101. Okay? So this is not Luther. This is Christianity. Basic Christianity. Okay. So I think we beat that horse to death. So let's take a couple more super chats and then we'll call it a night. Or sorry, a couple more non-super chats and then we'll call it a night. Okay. Okay. Flipping back here, looking for a couple more juicy questions. And then that will be it. Because we've almost hit midnight. Oh, okay. Patui just put a question on the end here, which is actually pretty good. Okay, here we go. Great question. And Jack Ray just gifted 10 more memberships. So please collect those memberships. We appreciate Jack Ray's contribution to the channel here. He's helping to support us, and we really appreciate that. Okay, this non-super chat here from Patui. And he asks, are there signs of rudimentary vulgar literacy in Middle or Late Egyptian among the lower classes, such as graffiti on monuments? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We do find some basic literacy amongst lower classes. Now, not a lot, because these weren't writing classes. Okay, so depends on which of the lower classes you're talking about. Now, amongst farmers, we find almost no literacy. They, of course, were the first to adopt, say, Late Egyptian. So there was already... This is one of the things we know about, say, Late Egyptian is it was a language that originated from the lower classes. So it's not something that you found originally in, say, high literature. Now we find it, like, for example, in the Tomb of Paheri. And we're talking about a tomb here that's Second Intermediate period. The temple, the texts in this tomb are standardized Middle Egyptian. So the narrative text is in Middle Egyptian, but you have some scenes here in that tomb of, say, farmers, and they're speaking in Late Egyptian. So it's interesting to see this divide between what's narrative in the tomb versus what's quoted. What's quoted by the farmers is in Late Egyptian. What's the text of the tomb, the narrative text, it's in Middle Egyptian. Very interesting contrast. Because there you see the contrast of what the lower classes were speaking, and it doesn't get much lower than the farming class. I mean, that's the bottom. That's the bottom of the class tier. Farmers are the very bottom in Egyptian society. They're even below slaves. They're even below slaves. So you do see that, okay? And later on, you're gonna get, like, I think it's in the, I think it's in the Kamosa Stela, where the king is speaking high Middle Egyptian, and his courtiers are all starting at that point to speak, Late Egyptian, and the king bemoans the fact that his courtiers are speaking in this vulgar street language. He's quite humorous. Okay, so we know that Late Egyptian originated with the lower classes. Okay, so we got enough textual evidence to show that. Now, we do find lots of graffiti on monuments, and they would have been, these are not priests that are leaving the graffiti. These would have been lower classes that had access to abandoned temples, and there was a lot of abandoned monuments and temples in Egypt. So, and middle classes would go in, lower classes would go in, and they would write graffiti on the walls. Some of it was of a personal nature. Some of it was just to be crude. We do find some crude graffiti on temple walls. Not the sort of thing you'd find a priest writing generally. But that's what. But we don't have a lot of insight. I think one of the problems we face when we deal with, say, the lower classes of Egyptian society is because they didn't leave us much writing. We don't have much information as to how they lived. We have more information about how slaves lived than we did to have farmers. there's some huge open lacuna, gaps, information gaps, as to how farmers lived. Like, for example, the status of marriage. This is a pretty fundamental thing for any society. We know a lot about how the upper classes viewed marriage. We know a lot about how the kings viewed marriage. We know a lot about how princes and nomarchs viewed marriage. We know a lot on how the middle class, the artisan class, viewed marriage. We even know a good portion about how marriage worked for slaves. We know nothing, absolutely nothing, about how marriage worked in the farming class. Absolutely nothing. And that's, again, because we lack the texts. So, we do know that there was literacy that perforated down into the culture, that trickled down in the culture. We do know that writing could be found amongst certain representatives of the slave class, middle class, the artisan class. So there is actually a broad spectrum of literacy. We don't know if it trickled down to the farmers. It looks like it didn't, at least not written literacy. But the next tier up of the lower class slaves, many of them were literate. They had to be. They had to be to maintain households. So many slaves served as was called the Imira, basically the overseer of a household. So like Joseph, when he's purchased by Potiphar, he's put in charge of a household. He becomes the Imira of the household, steward, essentially. And stewards had to make lists. They had to keep a track of grain amounts. They had to do things in a certain way that they had to be literate to do. Yeah, they had to keep the accounts. They had to keep track of the harvests. Yeah. The owner wants to know how his house was being managed. So you have to have records for that. So a lot of slaves were literate. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for that question. Very interesting question. Okay. Let's see if we'll find here at said we'll do. Yeah, I did. Okay, I think I will take one more non-super chat, and we have answered a lot tonight. And we'll call it a night. If it's a good one, particularly. Let's see. Darkblade has a good question here. We might not make this the last one, but it's a good question. How did the Israelites safely cross the sea given crocodiles? They would have spent nearly 12 hours walking across. No, they didn't spend 12 hours. It was probably a lot less, okay? Because the seas are parted in the middle of the night. Okay? They're going to cross in the middle of the night. Probably take them about 4 to 6 hours across. They're not the sea is not that big. If some crocodile got stranded in the middle of the sea, now, in all likelihoods, the crocodile would probably move with the water or found shelter. That's animals do this when there's a storm. I mean, if you ever go fishing, at night, one of the things you notice is as soon as it starts raining, the fish go away. Yeah, husbands stay out and get wet. As my wife just pointed out. But fish hide when it rains. Fish hides when there's a storm. Bad weather is the worst time to go fishing. These are not saltwater crocodiles. By the way, Cooley. The crocodiles here are the Nile crocodile. You find them in freshwater and brackish water. You don't find these out in the salt water. So they tend to be more, as I say, more in rivers and in marshes. Okay. But they're going to do the same thing. Okay. They also are going to, when it starts getting stormy, yeah, they're going to hide. They're going to hide. They're going to take shelter along, say, the banks. So they're going to stay out of the way of, say, open water. Because nothing wants to be washed or sloshed around during a storm. So what you have during the Exodus sea crossing is you're going to have a 50-mile-an-hour wind approximately blowing the water. It's going to get pretty rough out there. Okay? I mean, this is a storm that's going to really move the water. Talbot Slade, they also hide when I go fishing. Well, they hit way too often for me too, honestly. So with the wind set down going on the water sloshing about, everything in that water is going to go hiding. Fish are hiding, crocodiles are hiding. And frankly, if a crocodile does get stuck out there, what are the Israelites going to do? They're going to beat them with staffs, essentially. You know, it's not as if they can't see the crocodiles in this case. So, it really wouldn't have been a concern. Okay? But it's a good question. It's a good question. It's an excellent question. But just the fact that it's storming out there would have been enough to make the crocodiles go away. At least until the water settles. And once the water settles and there's a lot of juicy pickings out there, yeah, the Egyptians would have had a harder time with this because the crocodiles are going to eat the bodies. The crocodiles are going to eat the bodies of the horses and the soldiers. So that's going to be one thing we're going to see, once the water settles down. And especially after some decay sets in, that actually attracts crocodiles too. So bodies that start decaying also seem to attract crocodiles. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Okay, and I think, let's see if there's any more that's sort of... So we did 1102. So I'm going to take one more super chat, or non-super chat, and then I'm going to call it a night. So let's see, one more for the road here. Let's see what's there. Okay. I'll take this one. This will be the last non-super chat of the night. And it is also from Dark Blade. Now, he is talking about donors here for universities and academia. Because that was the context that he was writing in. Just how powerful are donors? From my understanding, all they can do is refuse to give their money. Well, for a seminary, that can be very very powerful. Seminaries, colleges run on money. the fact is, you know, you can't teach and you can't do research without funding. That's just a fact of life. A fact of life. The funding has to come from somewhere. Tuition doesn't cover it all. If it did, the tuition of students would become so prohibitively expensive that no student could do it. So a lot of schools survive on funding and endowments. Now, a certain amount of the donor's money goes into the endowment. This allows schools to expand their programs. The day-to-day operations is usually done through the donor's present giving. So if a donor gives, say, even in the thousands, that's a substantial donation. That's a substantial donation. And if you get a certain class of donor, like, for example, ABR has worked for 50 years to cultivate donors. Okay? So they have cultivated, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Take this one here, comment here from Talbot. That's not it. The one here. Sorry. There it is. Okay. Their money is often tens of thousands per donor in a year. Some will donate hundreds of thousands. Yeah. It's a significant amount. Okay, for hundreds of thousands a year, you're paying for the salary of multiple professors. So, I think the average salary at the University of British Columbia for a full-time tenured professor was $190,000 a year. Okay, they're expensive. It's expensive to fund a university. So most universities depend on their donors and have done more so over the years. Back in the 1970s, when tuition wasn't so expensive and salaries for professors weren't so high, the academia were less beholden to donors. Today, it's entirely a donations game. Yeah, it used to be that a professor's salary was very low.
Which is
So, back then in the 1970s, people were doing this, professor thing for the love of research or the love of teaching. So, in some ways, the inflation of education has, diminished. It's really diminished the quality. Yep, absolutely. They fund scholarships. They fund bursaries. They fund chairs. This is a big one. Okay, this is a big one. Academic chairs. Okay, and a chair, I believe, is right now going for, I think it's $5 million. I think it's $5 million. But here's what an academic chair buys. If a chair is funded by a donor, it's not only the salary, it'll fully fund the salary of, not just the guy who occupies that professorship right now, but every other professor that fills that chair in the future. This is why sort of the holy grail of funding is the chair. It's not even a building, to be honest. And there are donors that will fund entire buildings. Okay, they're out there. But those who fund chairs are the holy grail. And a lot of the ways that donors can get their influence in an institution is through academic chairs. You sometimes hear the term bandied about research millionaires. Okay, these are people who have been funded by a donor to do specific research. No, they don't get a salary of $1 million. What they do is they, though, a $1 million plus donation is made to the institution on the provision that they fund this particular person's research for as long as he's doing his research. Okay. And that guy usually will get, in exchange for, the fund being given to the university, they'll set him up with an office, library card access. He might even teach a few classes for the university if he feels generous. But his primary purpose there is research. What the university gets out of this is a huge amount of interest off of that donation, which will ultimately go to funding future instructors. So it's a long game for an institution. It's a long game. So donors have a huge amount of clout these days. Huge amount of clout. So, and particularly at smaller schools. Not so much in the big schools. The big schools are still interested in fully funded chairs. But they're less likely to sort of bend the knee to donors because they have endowments where they don't have to. They still want your money, though. Which is why I get ads from the University of British Columbia every couple months asking for me to donate to them. Yeah, I'm not about to do that. But small schools like even important seminaries like TEDS are really dependent on donor funding. In fact, I think they set the President's Club of donations at 5,000. It's not very much, but they need a lot of donors to make up that. So, there's I mean, I hate to say this, but theology in our modern seminary system is often determined by our donors. Here's one I actually heard. This is true story. I went to interview once at Moody Bible College. Okay, this is the big one in Chicago. Okay, and one of the things you might have noticed about me is I have a beard, a mustache, and a ponytail. Okay? And I was told that if I got the job at Moody, I would have to be clean shaven and get rid of the ponytail. Okay? And the reason why was because the octogenarian donors demand it. It was the donors that demanded a dress code and hairstyling parameters. Okay. Yeah. These were donors who saw facial hair on a man as un-American and ungodly. And a ponytail? Oh no, definitely not that. So here are a set of donors who are dictating school policy. This is why, like a school like Moody has a curfew. It has a curfew for all students. It has its own radio station and blockers for all the others. It limits what you can watch. It's got strict internet controls. It's got a limited number of television stations you can watch. So you can't put up rabbit ears in your dorm. Not that you can, that's useful anymore, but they had their own private cable network. Yeah, they put them in a bubble. Yep, they put him in a bubble. And, you know, it's you know, after 4 years of that, there's a whole lot of students, and I knew the exit counselor. I should say, I use exit counselor in scare quotes. One of my friends at seminary worked at Moody, and he had a special role. He would do exit counseling sessions with students that deconverted. There was a surprising number of students at Moody that would deconvert within 2 years of leaving Moody. And just a lot of them honestly were so poisoned by the whole Moody experience that that they gave up the faith entirely. They didn't want after 4 years of Moody, they saw Christianity as nothing but a killjoy to anything nice. So and he kind of asked me at that, after some time, hey, we're seeing too many of these students. Like, I mean, it was high. It was really high. It was something like 50%. Something like 50%. It was terrifyingly high. The guy couldn't keep up with his load. Couldn't keep up with the counseling load. So many students would just deconvert after leaving Moody. And of course, the parents are freaking out. The parents are completely freaking out. They're calling my friend. They're calling the school first. And of course, the school calls my friend, and he goes, okay, what am I supposed to do about this? He'll call and he'll have coffee with that student that deconverts, and the student will tell him exactly what's going on. But it's the donors who have created that environment. Talbot Slade adds, and I think it's a great point. Often, if a donor makes a decent donation, the school will contact the donor and ask if the donor wants them to do anything to address concerns. Stanford University even did that to my donor friend. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's true. They're the most powerful people in the academy today, is the donors. More so than the professors. More so than the people who would think. And a lot of industries have this. If I can use, say, academic industry as an industry. You oftentimes don't see where the power is as an outsider. Once you're on the inside, you see where the power lies. I worked for a little while in the movie industry, in the visual effects industry. And one of the things very interesting that from the outside, you kind of think the actors are calling the shots. Maybe the directors are calling the shots. The silent power of the movie industry is actually in its producers. The producers run the movie industry. You go to a movie studio, you see separate toilets, separate kitchens, separate facilities for the producers. Everyone else is using, including the actors, is using the common areas. But the producers have all the power. They make all the decisions. Yes, the underwriters have a certain amount of power, but really, the producers call the shots. The producers are really allowing the underwriters to invest in the movies as a silent partnership. But that's where the power resides inside the movie industry. In the academic world, the silent power is the donors. That's where it is happening. And it is very much basically an attempt to keep the donors happy. If the donors are happy, they will continue to give. And we do see this, and basically it will create a certain environment at any institution. This is why institutions like Biola, this is the real reason why they pulled my debate with Titus Kennedy. A donor wasn't happy. I found that out from an insider. Okay? A donor wasn't happy. Because a donor wasn't happy that Titus Kennedy did not do so well in that debate. They had that video scrubbed. Fortunately, I had my own copy, but that's the real reason behind what happened with my debate at Biola. Is it made a donor unhappy, and it was all politics. So I got that from insider information. So you know, that's really what's going to happen. That's the power of donors. That's really the power of donors. You know, the school will ask them to make suggestions, as like Talbot said here, and then they'll act on it. Because they want to keep the money flowing. They want to keep the money flowing so that they continue to, you know, teach another day. Well, yeah, I agree with you, Andy Gun Wild, but you know, I would agree. It would be great if people could just donate for Christ instead of their own dogmatic beliefs. But hey, dogmatic beliefs, you know, are part of this. They are part of this. You know, people are going to donate to causes that they believe in. You know, no one's going to donate to a cause they don't believe in. The problem is we've become more partisan as the Christian church. And I'm not using this partisanism in a political way, although it can be applied to this too, because they've found this too, that the more unchurched people are, the more politically partisan they get. This is not, and it's not just true of political partisanism, it's also true of religious partisanism. This is why we're seeing more, say, evangelical churches that are non-denominational drift. And they'll drift to one of two directions. They'll either drift to more, say, fundamentalism like we saw at Biola, or they will drift towards liberalism, like, say, at Fuller. But either way, you're going to get drift as society becomes more and more unchurched. Okay? This is just a general trend we're seeing in our culture right now. So the solution of this, to be honest, get people back into church. Okay? It terrifies me when I see an apologist or a preacher who has no connection to a church. None at all. If you're not advocating people go back to church to become part of the community of Christ, you're contributing to that drift. One of the interesting things about church, and I think we're going on a real rabbit trail here from now at this point, but it should be said. Okay? One of the things that we're told about the community of Christ is iron sharpens iron. You're going to go to church. You're going to meet people that disagree with you. And you're going to have to find a way of working agreeably with people you disagree with. Whether that's political or religious. Okay? So, with that said, the more people are churched, I said, not just believe in Jesus, because that goes without saying. We're not saying that church is a substitute for Jesus Christ. Quite the opposite. We're saying that everyone needs Jesus. But then, as per the book of Hebrews, do not forsake the assembly of believers. The church serves a valuable function. And as we see North Americans become less and less churched, we see more and more partisanship. This is why now we are seeing a lot of seminaries do purity tests. We saw this in the purge at Biola in 2017. One of my friends, Clay Jones, he used to be employed at Biola, and they revised the doctrinal statement there. And one of the things they revised it to was they demanded that every person working at Biola not only agree with every item on the doctrinal statement, but not hesitate to endorse the doctrinal statement. Well, on that doctrinal statement, it said a pre-tribulational rapture. Well, Jones says, well, that's not my area of expertise. You know, I'm not sure about this. Gone. They fired him instantly. Gone. They kicked him to the curb so fast that his head was spinning. Just for saying he wasn't a subject matter expert on this. And said, couldn't be sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's job security. Yeah. They learned a lot. That's exactly what happens. That's one of the unintended consequences of these purity tests. Is it encourages Christian professors to lie about what they really believe. Oh yeah, you have atheists teaching. Yeah. Well, the atheists just lie. Yeah. Yeah, it's created a toxic environment. Well, I think it's totally reasonable to say, if you teach at this institution, you have to teach by these standards, these doctrines. I think it's totally reasonable. Okay, that's completely reasonable. It's when you start asking them to believe everything. That's a test of belief. That's the thought crime at that point. They're imposing thought policing. Thought policing is really out of bounds, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I have no problem with Biola saying, hey, you want to teach here? You'll teach. You will not teach against a pre-tribulational rapture, or you will teach for a pre-tribulational rapture. I think that's totally reasonable. Totally reasonable. But when they say you have to believe it personally, that's thought policing. And that's when you're going to get people starting to lie. To save their jobs, they'll lie. And many did at Biola. So, well, that's, yeah, Ryan Gosling, yeah. They're the reverse of woke cells. Believe X or we'll cancel you. And that's what they did. That's what they did. And that's what many religious institutions have done these days. You know, and you can name this off, you know, according to institution, where it becomes thought policing. You know, Southern Baptist Seminary did this, you know, where they did a thought policing on their doctrinal statements. You know, Biola's done it. It's pretty bad when this happens. I mean, Booty does this on a regular basis. So, you know, and again, it's going to come down to donors. It's donors that are demanding this. And because the donors are demanding this, they'll continue to do it. And this leads to unethical practices within the faculty. So that's where we're going to end this, I think, for tonight. it's a serious topic. It's a serious topic because it's affecting future students. It's affecting future students. It's creating faculty that are, say, compromised academically, compromised spiritually. So in many respects, I was asked earlier in the night, do I feel called to academia? Not so much anymore. I've seen where Christian academia has gone, and it's like, okay, that's the sort of compromise I'm not willing to do. I won't do that. Yeah, okay, I'll teach according to a school standards, sure, but don't expect me to believe it. That's just a step too far. So, anyway, well, we're going to wrap it up here. We're leaving on kind of a heavy note, but I think it's important. This is an important issue. Really, really important issue. I would... Okay, and my producer adds one more piece of nugget of advice here, which is to pray. Pray for Christian teachers. Pray for Christian students. There's a lot going on here, and we need to keep our, the church in prayer, and not just our pastors, but our other Christian leaders too, because all of them are just going through this process. So with that said, we're going to wrap it up. I want to thank everyone who came by and watched us tonight. I want to thank all the super chatters who basically donated and helped keep us going. We can't do it without your contributions. We won't compromise what we believe based on your contributions. Okay, okay. Just want to make that clear. Okay, we are not going to change what we believe, but we are going to tell the truth straight up. And that's what we do on this channel. We are a teaching channel, and but we still are grateful for the support. We're thankful for the super chats, and we're thankful for the other donations as well. They do help keep us going. I also want to thank our Patreon and membership supporters. I want to thank Jack Ray for sponsoring a whole bunch of new memberships tonight. We really appreciate it. We also are thankful that the Patreon supporters do help us keep our equipment running. Sometimes that's a little bit dodgy, but with their help, we're making it. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos, hit the like button, and basically pass the URLs of our videos to other social media outlets where it can be distributed to new audiences. So with that said, I want to thank you all tonight. There were some great questions tonight. I think the question of the night I loved the most was the donkey head. I'm getting a foul look here. That was a great question. I love that question. That was so interesting. My producer complains, we're about to eat dinner. Thanks for bringing up that image again. So with that said, thank you very much for joining. You have a great night, and I will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.